All rise.
Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Be seated, please. Madam Court Officer, could you please call the case?
Good morning, Your Honors. This is case KCBC 2020-07, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Gucati&Haradinaj.
Good morning and welcome, everyone. Any change in the appearances? Mr. Hollings?
No change, Your Honor.
Anything? Mr. Bowden?
No change, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Cadman?
Your Honour, we're joined by Mr. Berisha this morning, who managed to get through the snow of Kosovo and make his way here. And Mr. Solomon will only be here for the first morning session.
Okay. And I note that once again, Judge Mitro is present with us on video, and Mr. Reese is also present. Good morning, Mr. Reese. First of all, in light of yesterday's discussion, the panel will issue an oral order on the application of the Haradinaj defense for video link testimony of the first expert witness, number 1252. On 23 December 2021, the Haradinaj defense filed an application to call the first expert witness, 1252, via video link. On 5 September 2022, the SPO responded to the application, submitting that it did not oppose it so long as, 1, the logistical arrangements cause no delay in the proceedings, and 2, the relevant technology allows at a minimum for the parties to show documents to the witnesses, including those classified as confidential, and to question the witness in private session as necessary. On January 10, 2022, the registry submitted its assessment as to the feasibility of the video link. The registry assessment highlighted that at least 2 registry staff members must travel to the UK and that a complex set of arrangements need to be put into place before any such link could be operational. The registry indicated in the report and in court yesterday that, subject to the required arrangements being finished by the UK authorities, the minimum amount of time required by the registry to implement any order for the use of the video link testimony would be 5 working days. This is needed to allow for the travel to the location, any possible self-isolation and testing requirements for staff members, and the setup and testing of the technical equipment in the relevant location. UK authorities have informed the registry that the earliest response will be on 12 January. The panel further notes that, as submitted by Mr. Cadman, the request for video link was premised on the current travel difficulties and the witness's personal situation and professional obligation. The panel notes, however, that the witness has indicated that she could make herself available to travel to the Netherlands and to testify in person on specific dates. The panel notes that under Rule 144, Paragraph 1, a decision whether to allow video link testimony is within the discretion of the panel, provided that the venue chosen and the available technology meets the requirements under that rule. The panel is mindful of the current technological advancements and understands that video link testimony should not be considered only on an exceptional basis. This, however, should not translate into a routine replacement of in-person testimony. As Mr. Cadman correctly pointed out yesterday, the presence in this courtroom of a witness during testimony should remain the preferred option. Accordingly, when deciding whether to allow video link testimony, the panel may consider a number of factors, such as the location, personal and health situation, availability and security of the witnesses, as well as the complexity and duration of any logistical travel and other arrangements to be made. For the present application, the panel has weighed, on the one hand, the witness's personal situation and stated willingness to travel to The Hague, and on the other hand, the complexity of arrangements to be made the time this would take and the number of registry staff that would have to travel, and the risks to which they would be exposed as a result. The panel has also considered the delays this could cause and the effect thereof into the right of the accused to be tried without undue delay. Based on these considerations, the panel finds that the most reasonable option in this case is to have the first expert witness testify in this courtroom. The panel therefore rejects the video link application and decides to hear the witness in person. The panel instructs the Haradinaj defense and the registry to ensure the availability of witness 1252 on 21 and 24 January 2022. This concludes the oral order. Mr. Cadman, do you have any updates on the availability of Mr. Reed, or on the witness traveling to The Hague?
It's normally about this time that he makes contact. We obviously sent messages to him after the session yesterday. As soon as we get a response from him, then I'll update the panel.
And ideally, he would be here on the 24th of January.
Ideally, yes.
Okay. All right, we'll issue an order on this later today. Mr. Cadman, I see you also uploaded the list of names without annotations. Is there any objection from the SBO for admission of the two lists, one with annotations and one without?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. Is that your wish to offer those?
No, Your Honour. Only the, which was DNH 0870, which is the one without the annotations. We are not seeking to exhibit the one with the annotations, on the basis that the annotations referred to those that we consider have been mentioned in public filings, but it doesn't indicate that we accept that any of these witnesses should be given a confidential classification. So we are only seeking to exhibit the unannotated version of 0870.
All right, we'll take that into consideration, but we will right now give a number, please, Madam Court Officer, to the unannotated list.
Your Honor's DNH 0870 will receive number 2D2.
I'm sorry, there was a cough.
Number 2D2.
All right, 2D2 is admitted. Now, Mr. Cadman, you may continue your direct.
Just one final matter. We have left the duplication in the list, because obviously if we were to remove that, that would affect the transcript and the reference to the numbering.
Understood. Mr. Haradinaj. Mr. Haradinaj, can you hear me?
Paul.
Yes, I can.
To the declaration you made yesterday, you understand? The declaration to tell the truth, you are still under that declaration. Do you understand?
Yes, when you swear an oath, it is always valid, and I'm fully aware. Thank you.
Mr. Cadman?
Good morning, Mr. Haradinaj. Yesterday, we had left off when you had just left the location of the WVA, and I'd like to just go back to that for a moment. After you had, upon the request of the Kosovo police, dispersed the crowds, can you tell the court where you went to immediately after that?
I managed to get the crowd to move away. They were not dispersed, they just moved on the other side of the pavement, so that the request of the police was met. And upon finishing a very short interview, due to the large number of journalists present, then I apologized, telling them that I have a preset interview at 5 o'clock. So I took a cab, which was stationed. Taxis are usually stationed in front of the building. And I went straight to the headquarters of TV7.
You left the area and you've said that you had interaction with the Kosovo police. Did you have any interaction with any SBO officer at that time in front of the WVA building?
I saw the two police in military uniforms. No one spoke to me, and nor did I notice anyone present there.
And it's right that in your interactions with the Kosovo police, nobody indicated to you that you should not leave the area in front of the WVA.
No. No one, including the Kosovo police.
And so, on leaving, you've just said that you attempted to get a taxi. And can you just tell us again where you were planning to go when you got into that taxi?
I didn't take the taxi myself. I asked people to call the taxi on my behalf. I don't know who did that. And in fact, the man who ordered the taxi came with me. He sat alongside the taxi driver, and I told him that I was going to T7 for an interview. I had to apologize to the journalists who wanted to continue the interview there and then. And the veterans, too. We had, as a matter of fact, a very short meeting with the veterans with a view to remaining calm and not creating any precedent whatsoever for the situation to remain calm, that is.
And so you then travelled to the T7 station. Who did you intend to see at the T7 station?
I had set an appointment with the moderator of the program, Arsim Lana. He has a regular program scheduled at 5 o'clock. It's a regular program with a fixed starting time.
And had you arranged that interview earlier in the day?
Yes, I accepted his invitation for an interview when I was en route from Dečan to Pristina, when Hisni called me, that is.
And approximately how far, in terms of the time it would take you in a taxi, to drive from the WVA to the T7 studio?
I don't know, about 10 minutes under.
Driving in the taxi to the T7 studio, did you notice anything whilst you were driving?
I sat on the front seat alongside the driver, on the seat near the driver, and about 50 meters further on the right-hand side, one could notice a large Ulex Jeep. It came out of a small road. It did that rather speedily and followed us. It did make an impression on me, the way it took to the street so speedily. However, and there was at some stage a car which overtook and installed itself between us, but I saw that after that point, he did overtake again and came straight behind us, which made me understand that they were following us, nothing else. Later, in order to ascertain whether we were being followed or not, I told the driver to give a signal as if he was turning left, but don't turn left because you're going to T7. And he said, why? I said, you'll see. So when he signaled turning left, the Jeep did the same. And at that point, I understood that they were following us. I told the driver to continue. They are following us. I picked up the phone and called the moderator because in order to get entrance to the TV station, you have to go through a door with a pad, with a numeric pad. You can't get in straight away. Because if you just ring the bell does not ring in the studio area, it goes elsewhere. So there is no direct connection between the button of the bell and where the bell rings. So, as a matter of fact, usually they have to send someone to open the door for you. I called him and said, Astrid, look, there's a Ulex car which is following me. Give me the code. I can't be sure that they are following me, but they are, as a matter of fact. And he said, I can't give you the code, but I'll come downstairs to open the door for you. That's it. When we reached the door, because the entrance is on the left, just close to the Constitutional Court, usually free of any cars. I got off the car, so I went on the right-hand side and turned on the left-hand side of the car, and at that point I saw that they emerged from the car and it said, stop, police, which is what I did. I stopped. One of them came in front of me and he said, you're under arrest. He said that in English. And I said, why, in that little English that I knew. The other one told me in Swedish, do not move. He said it in a clear Swedish, rare interitis. And I saw that man was Moberg. And I asked him why. He tried to produce a piece of paper which he had hanging on a badge. And I told them that if I'm under arrest, I want the Kosovo police to be present. From that moment onwards, we continued chatting away in Swedish.
The Swedish officer who you've identified as Mr. Moberg, who spoke to you in Swedish, you've said that you had indicated that you wanted to wait until the Kosovo police arrived. How did he respond to that?
I asked him to call the Kosovo police because he hadn't done it yet. I asked him to call the Kosovo police because I want them to be present when they arrest me. He phoned someone. I don't know who he phoned, whether the police or someone else. He said, do not move until they come. So we sat. There was an iron fence by the door, and I leant back and we continued chatting on different issues. In the meantime, however, many people came close, many journalists and so on. They asked, what language are you speaking in and what's happening? I told them that I'm speaking Swedish. There's an arrest warrant for me and I'm waiting for Kosovo police to arrive. They asked, where were you heading to? And I told them that I went to go to the T7 for an interview. And then Asim Lani called and he said, I'm here. I'm recording the whole thing. In fact, it has been recorded, the entire scene.
How long after that initial interaction did it take for the Kosovo police to arrive?
What
10 or 15 minutes.
Can you explain what happened?
Polițiacos este
The road where the taxi stopped was blocked because the cab had stopped right in the middle of the road, not on the side, and the Ulex Jeep was behind it. But police and these authorities, in fact, had a problem with other citizens who wanted free passage. They had little children who were picking up from kindergarten and so on, but they didn't see it. So there was a bit of a confrontation between them, the parents who wanted to go and get their own kids. The Kosovo police came. They stopped about 40 meters away. As soon as I saw them, I raised my hand to indicate that I was here. We greeted each other normally. I told him, fine, everything is fine, so you can now implement your orders. He asked me to get into the Ulex Jeep or car, and I said that no, I want to be arrested by my own police. I'm not opposed to the arrest, but I want my own police to arrest me, and I want to get into the police car. He said, fine. And one of the policemen said that we will get in this car alongside with you. And I asked him, have you got your own car, though? He said, yes. And the officer, I don't know whether he consulted anyone or not, but he agreed that we would get into the police car, but he said that the prosecution police need to be in the same car as well. I said, no problem. We went into the Kosovo police car, and another one, Moberg was one, and another one from Kosovo police. In front were two other Kosovo police officers. So I was in back, flanked by two policemen, and we went to their center, which is in Fush, Kosovo. We went in, past the first barrier. The doors were opened. So we were in the police car, and when we got out of the car, they said, you are here. And they said, from this point onwards, we have to handcuff you. So this is in their forecourt, and which is 20 meters from the front door. They said they'd handcuff me for this distance of time, and I said, no problem. Our police said, fine, and we went in. The arrest warrant that was something that I did not see at all. They meant to read it to me, but they never showed it to me. I've only seen it upon arriving here. In fact, I saw it for the first time when I appeared in court here.
Your arrest and what you've just described being at the SBO facility, how long were you held there before you were transported to The Hague?
Och meneer sa på en fot att
When we got in, we went straight into an office. He told me that we would be preparing, not for a long time. They asked them whether they wanted a bit of water. They asked me if there's any medication that I need. I told them that I need my reading glasses. And said we were heading for The Hague. So what would you need? I said I need my high blood pressure medication, my glasses, and a pair of socks, which I use all the time. It was around 6 or 7 o'clock that we were about to take the flight. Initially, in fact, the idea was to fly out, but later they said that wouldn't be the case, so I was kept in an office for most of the time pending this taking of this flight. However, when it became clear that this was not going to be the case, they took me to a holding cell.
In fact, the following day that you were then transported to The Hague.
på ditën
Yes, that happened at around half past 9, 10 or 11. I don't know it exactly, but about 12 o'clock or so on the day after. So they took me to another part of Pristina airport. It looked like a container. I had a medical checkup. And I was told that I was in the hands of the officials of this chambers, and they said that they use different kinds of handcuffs. They removed those, and they put me in the other handcuffs and the belt. They said they did not have an interpreter with them, but an officer who spoke Swedish came all the way, not Moberg, but the second one, the one who initially told me not to move. I knew that I was under camera surveillance all the time. They only gave us cold drinks. I asked for tea. They said that's not permissible. And I said, fine, I was the only person on that flight.
A number of final questions that I want to put to you, and I would just kindly ask you to answer these as briefly as you possibly can. Now, the prosecution has alleged that you acted unlawfully between the 7th and 25th of September. Do you accept that?
Objection, Your Honor. Asking the accused whether he believes he committed the crimes charged is eliciting improper opinion evidence going to ultimate issues for the panel.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
Zot avokat,
Mr. Counsel, I think the prosecutor knows best. I have never known myself to be at fault. Even at this point, I reaffirm that my own goal has been transparency and the public interest. The remarks that I've made are remarks that are at the basis and the basic rights of every citizen of a democratic country. That is the reason why I was jailed by the communist state. So it would be entirely absurd were I to go against the principle of transparency and the public interest. So no, I do not feel myself guilty. This is what prompted me to do what I did.
Did you threaten or seek to intimidate any witness?
There was no reason to. I'm not that kind of person. I have never, ever threatened anyone, even privately. Even on occasions when I felt myself threatened, I did not return the threat.
Period, did you retaliate against anyone for giving evidence?
nuk më ka bëu kërku.
No one has harmed me to the extent that I have to ask for them to explain their behavior. I have had no right to ask someone to show accountability.
With the exception of the Serbian officials who you have mentioned on the list and those two other individuals who you've mentioned that you considered to be in the public domain, did you reveal the identity of any witnesses?
Microphone, please.
Asteni,
No, not a single name, not a single witness's name has been disclosed. I have neither published nor distributed.
That you used the words spies and traitors and you were referring to witnesses. Who were you referring to?
jam is sinċert ktu
Sincerely speaking, you can easily see that the prosecution are twisting the words, or otherwise you have to accept that they are ignorant. When they refer to this, to the spies are well known to the whole world. These are collaborators of the communist regime of the time. Those who followed me and who continue to be part and parcel of my government. It's not to do with them. Collaborators are the ones who are asking the prosecution to investigate too. These are the spies. These are spies who work for the Yugoslav security services, not anyone else.
Yourself, any material contained in those documents?
unë jo vetëm që
I didn't even take a picture of those documents myself, or personally. There have been occasions when I've liked material which has been published by the media. There is not a single picture that has been taken directly from me and distributed by me on Facebook or elsewhere. I have looked at posts. There have been cases when I've liked them. And there have been cases where I have distributed pictures which have first appeared on the media. But I have never ever taken a picture of a single document. I had plenty of occasion to do, but that was not my goal. It was not part and parcel of our duties as an organization, because if we'd undertaken that kind of exercise, we wouldn't have given it to the media. The whole interest was not to make a mistake, which is the reason why we gave it to the media, who are more professional than us, more authorized than us. So never is the answer. I haven't taken a picture. I haven't threatened anyone. I haven't called anyone to ask why. Never.
But I must ask, did you copy or retain a copy of any of the material?
ask him copy.
We did not copy because we did not want to. Neither did we keep any copies. The copies that were left by the governments were left aside until one of their representatives came and retrieved them. Witness number 1.
Did you put any pressure on any journalist to reveal or publish the material?
Unë nuk
I did not exert any pressure. I have debated with people who were instigating me personally or the organization to complicate this stuff by asking us, why are you afraid? Why are you not publishing the stuff yourselves? Why are you calling us? And I debated with them. I said, you are the professionals. You are the ones who know how this job is done. Our own duty is to unveil what has arrived to us, but nothing else. And this is all recorded, because had I wanted to, I would have disclosed it myself. There was no other pressure, no.
Did you think at the time that by holding the press conferences, this might have a negative impact on witnesses?
The only thing that I thought would be positive was to serve the transparency and public interest. I'm not so so constituted, as it were, to do negative things. If I'd wanted to, I would have done it. The reason was only to show or to disclose what we had received.
Did you obstruct, threaten, or seek to cause harm to any member of the SPO?
No one knows it better than they do. If they want to continue the lies and inventions, they can do so, but no one knows it better than their own officers. First and foremost, I have never known a single one of them. I have never had a contact with them until the day when I met witness number 1. I have never spoken to them or had their phone number. Even if I wanted to if we needed to contact them, we didn't have a single contact point, not a single phone number. They left a business card when they came there, but they never used it. If I had wanted to threaten anyone, I would have done it simply with witness number 1. They can ask him. They can ask him if I ever did that kind of thing, but the answer is never, never.
That you want this court to hold all perpetrators that committed war crimes, crimes against humanity, during the liberation accountable. Why is that important to you?
And only a mentally unstable person would be able to ascertain that criminals ought to be protected, or someone who's a criminal himself or herself. If I were to say that kind of thing, I'd have to admit that I am a criminal, so I do not permit myself to make that error. Why? It's because people who have suffered during the war ought to know who the perpetrators were, and the perpetrators also ought to receive the deserved punishment. But I reassert that the direction taken here, i.e. taking criminals and using them as witnesses, and I'm referring to the list here, this direction would lead to crimes never being uncovered. Or otherwise, this might be part of an overall goal to damage Kosovo, not certain individuals.
Alleges that it was your intention to shut down this institution. How do you respond to that?
Procuria.
Maybe it suits the prosecutors to say so. They can continue to do so. There is a process of justice which is unveiling everything. But the truth is that we have asked all along, and I'm reasserting here in front of the honours, for the prosecution to change its direction, because first and foremost they would benefit from it. It would be an honour for a prosecutor to uncover a crime and to punish it. But what they are trying to do is replacing crime with something else. As an organisation, and I personally have asked for an amendment to include all crimes regardless of who the perpetrators are in Kosovo. And if this were not done, and in fact this prosecution has tried all the time to provoke us into a reaction, and we would have been completely ignorant had we not reacted to what we said. What we said, that if they do not change, and this is a reference to the expiry period of August, which they have set, and I asked for the mandate not to be continued if all crimes are not pursued. If they call this a blockade, so be it, but that's not what I had in mind. I did not set that expiry time. They did. I said, let it not be continued if they don't work. And I'm asking the same thing here. I'm asking them not to continue on the route that they've been following, not to rehabilitate criminals, asking criminals, particularly Serbs, as witnesses is wrong. I'm not singling out Serbs here because they are Serbs, but because it's been documented that they have committed crimes. And they are pathologically convinced that Albanians are guilty. And I cannot accept a Kosovo court, and when I say court, I mean the SPO. I cannot accept the Kosovo court to be worse than the one in 1981, 40 years later. And if it is the way it is, I will be against. I'm against the direction of travel of this office of the prosecutors. And from this point of view, and if this is indeed the case, I am against them 100%.
You confirm that from the moment you voiced your concerns publicly, on no occasion has the SPO sought to raise and discuss these concerns with you?
To the contrary, it looks like everything that I've explained and all the cases concerned have never been talked about with us. In fact, not only that, we were totally ignored, and I know why now. Because the provocation and the goal was to bring us here, but I think that at the end of the day, justice will prevail. If this is via their own coordinator, which is number 2, if he is the person to decide, I have already been convicted, and that happened through his declaration in public TV in January 2021. But that's by the by.
Having made your concerns public, having raised them with the Kosovo government, with international organisations, and through the public discussions that you've mentioned in your evidence, did you feel that you were left with any other alternative?
There was a single one: to abandon Kosovo the same way I was forced to do that during the Tito and Milosevic years. That was the only alternative. And I did not want to repeat that exercise. I did not want to do it to my country again. So that was the only alternative, to leave Kosovo.
And finally, Mr. Haradinaj, do you believe that your actions were justified in the public interest?
Definitely. That is, let me just repeat, we never started anything, including the interviews on TV. We were invited to become part and parcel of a discussion panel organized by TV outlets because it was in the public interest. It was in the public interest, it remains in the public interest to this day, and you have to understand that the workings of this prosecution and the chambers continues to be at the center of the public interest in Kosovo.
Thank you, Mr. Haradinaj. I don't have any further questions for you at this time. The prosecution will now have questions for you, and counsel for Mr. Gucati may have questions for you. I only ask you to be conscious of the directions that have been given to you by their honours in the way in which you give your answers to ensure that the translation can continue. Thank you. Thank you,
Mr. Baumann, do you have any questions?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Hollings, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Haradinaj. My name is Matt Halling. I'm with the SPO, and I'll be asking you questions today. I would like to start by showing you a video. And if I could ask the court officer to please pull up video P1, and it would be timestamped 0705 to 0808. This particular part of the video is public. And for people in English following on the transcript, it would be page 3 of P1 ETRED. And Mr. Haradinaj, we're going to watch this small video, and then I'm going to ask you a few questions.
Në rregull.
Prandaj kjo dëshmon që kjo gjykat është kryput politike, mbi baza politike, shihen të lëndimat e njerëzve të përmendur të salustra atje, po person pak më atje se do me isë smujtë me mrrim më shumë. Shpresoj që ju mediat, po edhe ata të cilat janë marrë si shumë me këto analiza tash kanë më shka më marrë. Çmimi mendoj që do ta paguaj kjo gjykat, sepse të thosh që e ka një konfidenciale dhe e ka në stop sekrete dhe të rrjedhin këto shënime pa marrë parasysh se kush i ka marrë, unë mendoj se kjo ka dhënë që më tepër se skandaloze dhe është turp, nëse ajo veç e përmend emrin mos ekziston. Aq ma keq, ku i merr qafë edhe dëshmitarët ju thonë që do t'jeni në mbrojtje. Dhe këto shënime, këta emra, këta mbi emra, tash ne ta dim se janë emra të lexuar dhe nuk po del tu diçka që është dikush i fshef, se ka vendin sakt, thirrjen sakt, deklaratën kur ka thonë rideklaratë tjetër ku ka marrë.
Your Honor, I understood from the previous directions that the translators were to be interpreting that extract. I didn't hear any interpretation. So, with your leave, I guess I'll just read that particular passage into the record.
All right, go ahead.
So, Mr. Haradinaj, you heard what was said in the video, yes?
Microphone, please. Microphone for the witness, please. Yes, I did hear it very well. And I don't know what context you're trying to put it in, but I can repeat it exactly the same time, and I stand by it, word for word.
One of the non-Albanian speakers, there are non-Albanian speakers that need me to read that same passage into the record in English. So if you'll just give me a moment. This is what was said. I hope that you, the media, but also those who have been so much engaged in making analyses, will have now what to deal with. I think this court should pay its price. To say that these confidential and top secret only for the documents to be leaked, no matter who has received them, I think this shows that it is more than scandalous and it is shameful even to mention its name. It no longer exists. What is worse, they misled the witnesses by telling them that they would protect them. These notes, these names, these surnames, they must now know that they are known names and that no one is unknown, because the exact place, the exact summon, the statement when he has given it, the next statement when he has given it, are all shown here. Mr. Haradinaj, you told the witnesses that their names are now known in this excerpt. So the witness names you were referring to were not previously known, correct?
Microphone.
So the procureur.
Please,
Mr. Prosecutor, listen. I am sorry that we are starting this in this way and asking me to ask you not to speculate. I didn't say. I said I was pointing not to the witnesses but to you as prosecutors for the scandal. So do not speculate about who I had in mind. Listen well, translate it well, and then you'll see what the truth is. I was pointing a finger to you. This was the scandal. You caused it. And I said the same here. You destroyed themselves. And if a damage has been created, in your opinion, that, Mr. Prosecutor, has been done by you through a fault of yours or intention on your part. Because I cannot believe that there are people working within the prosecution's office who are as ignorant as such to cause this. So I was not addressing the witnesses there, but I was addressing you as the prosecution's office. You have to pay the price for something. You have to pay the price for the disclosure, and you are the ones who wanted this to be set up, and Parliament did approve it, and you had the responsibility to protect. And what I mean to say here is that you are the guilty party. One of you ought to be sat here. You have now this possibility, financial and political, to enable yourselves to bring me here. That's it.
Sorry. Mr. Haradinaj, I'd ask you to please answer the question that I've asked. My questions were the witness names that you saw not previously known? Can you please answer that question?
Are you asking about what I saw or what I said? Can you please clarify? Because it appears to be twofold, this whole affair. Do you mean what I saw or what I stated?
Mr. Haradinaj, when you were referencing witnesses and their names in this excerpt, those are the witnesses I'm interested in. Were those names you're referring to previously known?
Mr. Prosecutor, when you say a witness is just a witness, you put a name to it. I did not name anyone. If we're going to be punished for using the word witness, in that case, this criminal offense has already been committed through this trial. You know that witness is a generic term. I can say there are manipulated witnesses, otherwise there are other witnesses. But apart from the generic use, there is not a mention of a name. I have not mentioned a single name. That would not have been very well known and very public for 5 years in a row at least.
The witness names you are referencing in this extract were not previously known. Isn't that correct?
First and foremost, I cannot come to a conclusion as to how many have been, or who has it been from this extract, that is. But from the materials that I have consulted, I mentioned only names that were known, and these names have been in the public well before this chambers was set up. And as I mentioned yesterday, we don't know who else this material that reached us has been sent to. And that's why I said it yesterday as well. And I repeat it today, because you, the people who brought it to us, or whoever brought it to us, has had plenty of opportunity to send it to other people too.
Mr. Haradinaj, what did you mean when you said They must know now that they are known names and that no one is unknown.
Pra, which is what me pra.
Given that I have to translate, is it you don't understand or you're pretending not to? But I said the specialist prosecutor's office should know how much damage they've caused to themselves.
Mr. Haradinaj, did you want the witnesses in the materials you were talking about on September 7? Did you want those witnesses to know that who they were and what they said was now known?
So the prokuror.
Mr. Prosecutor, let me clarify again. I think you're fishing in troubled waters. You have not confirmed to this day that that material is yours and yours alone. And secondly, you have to ask themselves what you wanted other people to know, including people in our organization. It was not in our own desire, as it were, or the realm of possibility for us to do it ourselves.
Mr. Haradinaj, that didn't answer my question. Again, whether I've asked a good question or whether it's fishing is not for you as the witness. Your counsel and the trial panel will intervene if I ask an inappropriate question. But I'll ask my question again. The witnesses that you are referencing in this extract, did you want those witnesses to know that who they were and what they said was now known?
I'm addressing the trial panel. Mr. Your Honours, or the interpreters, because they may not be interpreting it correctly, but the prosecutor is speculating here. I never said that you're not asking the questions correctly. Please don't speculate, because I did not say that. Otherwise, I'm addressing it to the interpreters, because I never said anything about you asking the wrong questions. Return back to the origin, to the Albanian language, if you like. I never said that one. I never said anything about it. So I will accept the questions the way you ask them. I'm not here to assess questions whether they are good or bad. You ask questions which are good in your own opinion, and I return a reply to the best of my ability. But Mr. Prosecutor, if that is not convenient to you, so be it, because justice is impartial, and it can be harsh at times to accept it.
Haradinaj, it is necessary for you to answer the questions put to you by the prosecutor in a cross-examination. You were commenting on the quality of his question, and that's not for you to do. The question asks for a yes or no answer, and you are directed to give a yes or no answer after Mr. Hollings asks the question one more time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Haradinaj,
Your Honor, I thought, okay, fine. If you want to impose on me what to say. No microphone for the witness. Microphone for Your Honor. Microphone, please, Your Honor.
I have turned off your microphone because you were not responding. It is important that you listen to the prosecutor and you answer the questions, not give a speech about what you think about the quality of his questions. Now, that does not require a response from you. Just listen to Mr. Haradinaj or Mr. Hollings' questions.
Okay.
Mr. Haradinaj, please with a yes or no answer. The witnesses that you were referencing in this extract we've been discussing, did you want those witnesses to know that who they were and what they said was now known?
Jo,
No.
Why did you say publicly that no one is unknown and that the statements that they've given are all in the materials?
Kom komentu punën e
I commented on your work.
And you commented on that work in a public forum, isn't that correct?
Nuk është hera e parë që ju
It was not the first time that I was commenting on you.
veprimi juaj ishte publik.
Your action was public and the interest of transparency and the public interest were at stake, and that's why it was public.
Mr. Haradinaj, in your statement, which was introduced into evidence, at paragraph 101, you state, the SPO did not even protect the witnesses who they promised protection. You meant that the dissemination of confidential SPO documents caused harm to witnesses. Isn't that right?
E para,
First of all, we did not know whether those were confidential or not. Secondly, we did not know whether they were authentic or not. Thirdly, we had our suspicion, still thought that that's a material that someone was trying to manipulate with. So it was not our intention to say what you're saying that we were saying at the time.
Mr. Haradinaj, when the SPO documents made it to you, did that cause harm to witnesses?
asnjëherë s'na ka thonë ne.
We were never told clearly that that was such a material, that we were only told that they want to take it. Whether it caused any damage or not, that is your assessment.
When you said in your statement that the SPO did not even protect the witnesses who they promised protection, isn't that your assessment that these witnesses were no longer protected?
Unë nuk e di.
I don't know, because I'm not your employer, and I don't know whether you protect them or not. Secondly, you should make your own assessment whether that material causes any damage or not. If that material is yours and was discovered on purpose, I don't know whether it was made public to cause damage or not. I am assessing only you, not the witnesses, at all times.
Mr. Haradinaj, you knew that if witness names were released, it could scare them to death, didn't you?
Yes? Your Honour, the objection is the use of deliberately emotive terminology by the prosecution is wholly inappropriate. Scared to death? Are we really saying that that is an appropriate term to use in this court?
Rephrase the question, Mr. Hollings. It is a bit flamboyant.
I will, Your Honor. And it may be easier just to read a paragraph of the preliminary statement to Mr. Haradinaj. So this is 104-391 to 104-400, and it's paragraph 19. Mr. Haradinaj, I'm going to read you a paragraph of something in the preliminary summary of your evidence that your counsel provided to us. And I want to ask you a question or two about it. Nonetheless, not only was I mindful and concerned with these issues, but there was a bigger issue at stake, that the leak of SPO documents has shown that there is a distinct lack of security. This is of great concern, given that these leaked files contained witnesses' names. This is a major concern, as if this information were released, it could cause their death or even scare them to death, because they were acting on the basis that they were protected witnesses. These witnesses were therefore sharing such information whilst thinking that their names would never be disclosed. Mr. Haradinaj, did you say that? Sorry, could you please repeat your answer with the microphone?
Is it possible for me to have a look at this document in the Albanian? I did hear it in the Albanian interpretation, but I want to see it in Albanian before me.
Your Honor, it's my understanding that there is no Albanian translation of this. I'm happy to read the quote into the record again, if that would be of assistance.
Please read it one more time, and please read it slowly and translate slowly.
Mr. Haradinaj, I'm going to repeat the quote. Nonetheless, not only was I mindful and concerned with these issues, but there was a bigger issue at stake. This is that the leak of SPO documents has shown that there is a distinct lack of security. This is of great concern, given that these leaked files contain witnesses' names. This is a major concern, as if this information were released, it could cause their death or even scare them to death, because they were acting on the basis that they were protected witnesses. These witnesses were therefore sharing such information whilst thinking that their names would never be disclosed. And Mr. Haradinaj, did you say that?
Yo.
No, I said this, but I was referring to the entire public opinion and to what was being talked about in all the medias. So I was referring to all analysts, all panelists, because this is something that was talked about in every media outlet and which was of concern to the entire population of Kosovo. So I was just transmitting an opinion that was expressed by others as well. This was an opinion prevailing for 2, 3, 4 weeks at the time. It's not my personal opinion.
Mr. Haradinaj.
But if you... No microphone. Microphone for Your Honor, please.
Thought I had it on. That question called for a yes or no answer. Did you say it? That's the only question.
Yes or no? Then no. I was referring to others who talked about this.
Mr. Haradinaj.
You.
No.
Now, Mr. Kedman.
Your Honor, I do raise an objection of the insistence on directing a yes or no answer when Mr. Haradinaj wants to give an explanation to his answer. This was a courtesy that was afforded to the prosecution witness, Ms. Pumper. When she asked to give an explanation, she was entitled to give an explanation. Not
No,
all
there's a difference.
can be a yes or no answer.
There's a difference between an explanation and avoiding the question, and
He's
that's
not
what he was
avoiding.
doing, and your objection's overruled.
Mr. Haradinaj, from the answer that you've given, there was awareness on your part then that if witness names were released in what you called the leak files, it could scare them to death. Isn't that right?
I think that those witnesses that you're mentioning today is the first time that I've heard about them, and my answer is no, that's not true.
You say this is the first time you're hearing about these witnesses today. Didn't we hear you reference them on the video that I played for you earlier?
If I'm going to explain, you will stop me again. I already explained it. I was referring to what was being talked about by others and in the media. It's not my personal opinion, and the concern was not only mine, but it was the concern of everybody that was instilled by the media and by the public opinion expressed at the time.
And this public opinion you're referencing, revealing protected witness names could cause their death because people could harm them? Is this what you understood?
No, this is not how I understood this. And I don't see any reason that something would happen to witnesses. This is not what I thought, and you can continue as long as you want.
Mr. Haradinaj, across this time frame in September 2020, you said repeatedly that the War Veterans Association wasn't revealing any witnesses' names. Isn't that right?
Yes, that's how it is. And I'm stating it today as well. We did not make public any name of witnesses, with the exception of the witnesses on this list, which were public for years before your time, for at least 5 years.
Why didn't you reference witnesses' names?
I didn't know. I didn't read through them. As I said, we only leafed through the papers, and to this day, I don't know what they contain.
Mr. Haradinaj, you weren't revealing witnesses' names because you knew it was wrong to do so. Isn't that right?
And this too was not our own opinion. It was an opinion expressed by that panel that that should not be done. And secondly, even if we knew or did not know about that, we had no knowledge about the names of the witnesses. We did not read the documents.
And it's wrong to reveal witnesses' names because doing so could cause them harm. Isn't that correct?
This is a reference to something that was told to us by lawyers, panelists, and representatives of the civil society, and I reproduced what they had said.
Mr. Haradinaj, I'll ask that question again. It's wrong to reveal witnesses' names because doing so could cause them harm. Isn't that correct?
This is not my personal opinion. It is the opinion of a panel that spoke on TV to which I referred.
Mr. Haradinaj, I'd like to read you an extract of the testimony of Mr. Gucati in this case. You recall when Mr. Gucati testified last month? Mr. Haradinaj, you're aware that you recall Mr. Gucati's testimony from last month?
To the extent I can remember it, yes, I know that he testified.
I'm going to read you a particular part of it, and this is from transcript page 2309, and then ask you a couple of questions. Question: and do you agree that disclosing witness names to the public would endanger the safety of a witness? Do you agree with that? Answer from Mr. Gucati: I'm telling you again, if a name was released by myself, by the presidency of the KLAWVA, of course then we would have harmed in a way the witnesses, but we have not disclosed any such thing. Mr. Haradinaj, do you agree with Mr. Gucati in that testimony extract?
First of all, you had Mr. Gucati here before you. You asked him questions. I'm not commenting on Mr. Gucati's testimony or of anybody's testimony for that matter.
Mr. Haradinaj, I'm afraid no comment can't be an answer to my questions. Do you agree with what Mr. Gucati said in the testimony extract I read to you?
Mr. Prosecutor, don't play with words. I did not say I had no comments. I said I'm not commenting on people who you had before you here, from whom you took statements and whom you questioned.
Mr. Haradinaj, that once again calls for an answer, and it should be either yes or no, and if you want to explain afterwards, that's fine, but you must give an answer.
I don't understand to what I should answer with yes or no. What I'm saying is I'm not commenting on a person who has already given a statement. Why should I do that? Here is Mr. Gucati. You can call him again and ask him the question. This is not up to me. And what shall I answer with yes or no, Your Honor? Which question? He gave his own testimony, Mr. Gucati, that is.
Statement that Mr. Gucati made, yes or no?
This is again somebody else's opinion to which Mr. Gucati referred.
That still is not an answer, Mr. Haradinaj. Do you agree with the statement made by Mr. Gucati as recounted by Mr. Hollings, yes or no?
Your Honor, if you are insisting that I should answer with yes or no, then I'm saying yes, I agree, but having in mind that he was referring to the opinion of the others, opinion that was created and said by the others. And in his statement, he was referring to that opinion. And to this, I agree, because I don't think that was his own opinion.
Mr. Haradinaj, go ahead, Mr. Hollings.
Mr. Haradinaj, isn't it true that people put it to you in your interviews in September 2020 that revealing the names of witnesses might frighten them?
Nuk më ka thonë mu.
Was not said to me, but was said in the debates. Nobody said this to me directly. This was said during panel discussions that should be done. So we took their opinion as experts. They were lawyers, they were representatives of the civil society, there were judges. So this opinion from our part was created on the basis of what they said.
So I understand that this was said in the course of debates in which you were personally present. Isn't that right?
Po, kjo është thonë duke
Yes, this was said referring to them.
But they actually directed the remark to you too, didn't they?
na u drejtu unë, sepse
They addressed us because this was their opinion, and we accepted that as their opinion.
Mr. Haradinaj, I want to put a video to you again. This is from a different interview that you gave on 22 September 2020. And this is P11. The timestamp would be from 1 hour 24:20 to 1 hour 25:01. I would ask for the assistance of the interpreters in translating the excerpt as it plays. The relevant passage in English is from P11 ET-RED, pages 64 to 65. And the video excerpt is public.
Excuse me, I just want to make sure that it will be translated. Do we have that information, Madam Court Officer? Go ahead, Mr. Hollings.
Thank you. So, Mr. Haradinaj, again, as before, this video excerpt will be played, and then I'll ask you some questions.
Listen, this created a scandal because now it's no longer credible why it was created. Every witness that sees their name mentioned somewhere, he may not even see it, but he knows that he is a witness. Oh.
Mr. Haradinaj, in this exchange, just to make sure, because I didn't fully hear it in the interpretation, Mr. Ariana Kotsi says, this has brought a sense of fear for the witnesses. Berat Buzala says, certainly. And then you say, no, it hasn't. And then you later say, Mr. Kotsi, can I just announce that, as I am not, word can't be heard, this has created a sense of worry and the realization that they were misled and now people are self-conscious. This has created a self-consciousness for the people that deserve to be applauded. Mr. Haradinaj, what did you mean when talking about people gaining self-consciousness here?
If you look at this photo carefully, Your Honor, let me give an explanation because I needed to be able to answer the question. There are two opinionists, one lawyer who is also accredited by your organization and the moderator. What I'm referring to are the people in the parliament that they are now conscious about the law and about everything that they thought would be realized through this court. When I'm saying when I'm mentioning people being conscious now, I'm referring to the state, not to the individuals or witnesses. If I was interested in the individual, in the person, I would start from myself, and I would not take a path that would endanger myself. So Bujala is the person here who voted for this court. So what I'm saying here refers to them. And there it's not that I'm saying I'm not a lawyer. What I mean is I'm not professionally a lawyer, but I am a lawyer.
So it was put to you that witnesses were frightened, and your response about people being self-conscious was about the state? Is that what you're saying?
Listen once again carefully or look at the interpretation. This is what the others were saying, and this is what Berat Bujala said and the others. And this is the opinion that we took from these persons because these were more competent, more professional people to qualify these issues. And I think now you will understand me when I say I was referring to their opinion.
You were trying to make clear that cooperating with the KSC was a mistake, weren't you?
To whom? Make it clear to whom that cooperating with the KSC was a mistake. To whom? Your prosecutor. Because it's important.
Your exact words were, they were misled and now people are self-conscious. Those people.
Bra.
Yes, I explained it for the people. 82 parliamentarians raised their fingers to vote for something they were not aware of, to usurp the competencies of the institutions in Kosovo. Nobody is being asked anymore in Kosovo about anything.
Your Honor, I can continue from there after the break.
Yeah, we will take a morning break. Be back here at 11:30. We are adjourned.
All rise.
All rise.
Be seated. Mr. Cadman?
I just wanted to make two very brief points.
Just a second.
First of all, could the prosecution be directed that when they are putting documents to Mr. Haradinaj, he actually has sight of those documents? If there's reference to transcripts, he should be able to see those transcripts. The second point, if Your Honour could just explain to Mr. Haradinaj so there's no confusion, that when he's directed to give a yes or no answer, that doesn't mean he can't then explain his answer, but there will be certain questions that will call for that.
Have you explained that to him?
Well, I not have any opportunity to speak to him, but
Mr. Haradinaj, I want to be very clear. Mr. Holling asked many questions that call for a yes or no answer. And you know, you recognize when it calls for a yes or no answer. And you want to explain. But first you must answer the question, and then you can offer the explanation if you wish. Do you understand?
Your Honor, yes. When I understand the question, I answer it. But when I don't, I just answer it the way I deem it fit. But when I understand it, yes, I do give a yes or no answer.
Understand, don't give an explanation. Say you don't understand and they will restate it. Okay?
Regular.
All right.
Yes.
You have the floor, Mr. Hollings.
Thank you, Your Honor. And in relation to the other point by the Haradinaj defense raised just now, when there are things that I would intend for the witness to read, I will put the Albanian version as well whenever it's available. When we're playing videos, which is what the next thing I'm going to play, and I want him to watch the video, I'm only giving the transcript page for English for the benefit of everyone else.
I understand. Go ahead, Mr. Cadman.
well, Your Honour, I'd say that that's not good enough. When Mr. Halling is referring to a transcript, when he's referring to a document, that document has to be shown to Mr. Haradinaj so that he can answer the question. No, he didn't. What he said is when he wants him to read from it, he will show it to him. He didn't say each time he refers to a document or a transcript, it will be shown to Mr. Haradinaj. That's all we're asking for, Your Honour.
When there is a video that I'm asking for Mr. Haradinaj to watch, that's what I'm intending for him to look at.
Yeah. The video, there may not be a transcript.
There may not.
Yes.
But when he's referring to a transcript, that transcript should be shown to
If
him.
there's a transcript, you have the transcript. Understood?
Yes, we do, and we can
Well,
put
it's
that
all
on the screen
available.
as well.
The transcript is all available. If you want to refer to the transcript and show him that, that's fine.
I'm grateful, Your Honour.
Yes. So, Mr. Haradinaj, as I was just mentioning, I have another video that I'd like to play for you. This is also from P11. The timestamp is 5132 to 5152. And in the English transcript, that's P11 ETRED at page 38. Now, Your Honors, there is an Albanian version of this. If you like, that can be broadcast on the screen with the same timestamps, but it would displace the English transcript.
It's going to be translated for us into English, so I would suggest that that would be the safest method.
Then it would be P11, the Albanian version of that transcript, and it's the same timestamps on the page.
I think Mr. Haradinaj has a question.
Is it possible to have that version in Albanian? What I've got in here is in English, which I don't understand, but if it's in Albanian, I would like to compare word for word. Is it possible to have the Albanian instead of the English for me, please? If possible at all. I don't need it to be in English here because I do not understand the language.
I'm grateful, Your Honour.
Thank you.
Mr. Haradinaj, you have the floor.
Yes. microphone, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor.
And then for the benefit of the court officer, on the Albanian version, the transcript is 5132 to 5152. So I think it's on the previous page. And one more, I think. Thank you.
Whatever the tribunal says, that intimidation for the whole court presses. The whole court presses. No, it's their fault for disclosing it. It is a thief who gets 200,000 euros. I don't know whether it's them who disclosed them or not.
Mr. Haradinaj, in this excerpt, a presenter raises the prospect of you intimidating the judicial process. Isn't that right?
And the judge said,
Your Honours, I don't know whether you've got the same thing in front of you like me. If you're not, then I'll start answering. What I've got in front of me, where the video has been stopped, that is. I'm only mentioning the person who said it. I said witnesses have been unveiled, and it is not my view, it's of the person who said it. And secondly, I am asking for accountability for the people who've done this. Even to this day, we want the truth to emerge about these documents. People who get good salaries have an accountability to meet. People who disclose this material and handed it over to us should be held accountable. The rest of it is opinion, which is somebody else's, and which I've referred to often enough. And even here, you can see that it's somebody else's opinion I'm referring to.
But when that opinion was expressed and you responded, it is their fault for letting the documents get out, what did you mean when you said that?
I'm repeating the same thing. I meant you. It's your fault. It's your fault for allowing it to happen.
So, in other words, is it correct to say that in this excerpt, you mean that it doesn't matter if the process should be intimidated because it's the KSC's fault the documents got out?
That's not how I phrased it. This is your own opinion. Every judicial process should run across and not meet obstacles. We are in favor of convicting those who deserve it, but I am not in favor of defending the wrongful person, which is what we're referring to here.
Were you talking about the fault of the KSC in response to a question about intimidation of the judicial process?
That's not what I said. In fact, I'm asking for clarification on the word intimidation. Just listen to it well. You are making me guilty. You're making us feel guilty for something that has leaked from you, from your offices. If it hasn't leaked from your offices, why on earth am I here in the first place?
Mr. Haradinaj, did you not say it is their fault for letting the documents get out, in response to the presenter saying that the tribunal has stated that this is intimidation of the judicial process?
Let me repeat it one more time. I'm repeating it here again. It is your fault for allowing this leak to happen. I have repeated it, I will repeat it, and I will keep repeating it. And that's the way it is, and I think I have given an answer. You have also admitted it, and you've admitted that it would be wrong if true.
So you did say it in response to the question of the presenter.
I said it based on the opinion that he stated, so that if a fault there is, it's the fault of those who have leaked it. It's the fault of those who have provoked us with this. And if what has leaked is true, again, the fault lies with you, Mr. Prosecutor, with your offices. We are not employed by your offices.
So is it your evidence that the events of September 2020 caused intimidation of the judicial process, but it was the KSC who caused that?
I am not stating that. To the contrary, I'm saying if there is, and I don't believe it to be the case, who are we talking about here? If we were using the word witness, we are not mentioning any names at the same time. So I don't think there is or there has been any intimidation. Unless there's documents who were sent elsewhere, and you'd probably know that better. You'd know where else you've taken those documents to.
So it would be true that if names were mentioned, then it would be intimidation?
My main concern was for our officials to know what they've done with the powers that they have given, and for you who've leaked the documents. In 2018, I made a statement which you can find and you will have found, where I stated that this chambers ought to convict all crimes by all sundry, and I would have embraced it. Who is stupid enough to be against uncovering some crime, regardless of nationality? Everybody has to be accountable for their own bit. But I remain against those who are hiding a criminal and pinpointing one that doesn't exist in his or her place.
Mr. Haradinaj, that doesn't answer my question. Let me ask it again. So it would be true that if names were mentioned, then it would be intimidation. Can you please answer that?
Yes, I'm referring to the opinion of others, which I agree with and which I've repeated. It's an opinion that came from people who are much more competent than we are, and it's an opinion that we repeated. It did not originate with us. It was not our own original opinion. It came from people who knew things better than we do.
So, in your preliminary summary, when you talked about the public opinion of witnesses being scared to death, this is a public opinion that you agree with. Is that correct?
Kush nuk pajtohet dhe
Who wouldn't agree if it was true? If something is true, there's nothing to agree to. There's nothing to not to agree with if people are being an obstacle to the justice, Mr. Prosecutor. I'm all in favour of justice.
And the testimony of Hisni Gutsadi that I read to you in the last session, you said that was also a reflection of public opinion, but you agree with that statement as well then. Is that not right?
une u përgjigja sa e
I gave a reply as to Mr. Gutsati's testimony. I did not state it, but I expressed my own opinion, which has could affect, someone else's thought. I mean, I gave you an answer by way of saying that his view might have been affected by the public opinion. So I do not believe that these are opinions that originated from within the brain of Mr. Gutsati or my own. These are opinions that originate with people who are better equipped to assess these things. These are people in the public opinion. This is what we referred to. What we've done throughout is simply paraphrase those opinions.
I wasn't trying to prevent Mr. Haradinaj from answering the question, but if Mr. Halling is going to continue to put those matters to Mr. Haradinaj about what Mr. Gutsati said, he needs to put the transcript to him of what was asked and what was answered in order for Mr. Haradinaj to be able to answer.
I think it was. I think the exchange concerning Mr. Gutsati was perfectly clear, and he didn't argue about whether it was clear. His argument was whether or not where the opinion came from, and I understood his answer, and it has been answered already, and I don't know that we needed to have it asked again. Thank you. Your objection's overruled.
Yep. And so certainly the objection also is, as you have quite rightly pointed out, the question has been asked and answered on more than one occasion.
And that I agree with. Mr. Rees?
Your Honour, can I just raise two matters very briefly? The first one is in relation to the transcript that was quoted from Mr. Gutsati. It was very much a partial quote, not the full quote. So for our part, we would echo Mr. Cadman's encouragement to Mr. Halling that if he wishes to refer to, for example, transcripts of evidence, he does the courtesy to the court as well as to the witness of putting up the relevant parts of the transcript on screen, just so that all parties can ascertain the completeness and the accuracy of the quote that's being put.
Thank you. I don't think that has any effect on the previous questions that were asked and answered, and this question has now been ruled to have been asked and answered. When available, we will try to get the document in front of Mr. Haradinaj so that he can see it.
I'm grateful. The second matter was simply this, Your Honour. I'm going to leave Mr. Gutsati's case in the hands of Mr. Bowden at this point, if I may. I'm very grateful for the link being organised for me to participate this far, but I'm going to have to leave the session at this stage, if Your Honour grants me permission to do so.
Oh, certainly, and thank you for being with us.
Your Honour, thank you.
I should have also mentioned that Mr. Solomon is no longer with us, as I had indicated. He was only going to be here for the first session.
No problem. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. And the only thing I would mention in relation to the exchange just now, these are very long documents, and I've had to extract them down for purposes of the examination. there's never any intention not to provide meaningful context. If the defense counsel ever consider there to be a specific point that they want added to a quote, they can raise it, and if not, they have a redirect examination. Mr. Haradinaj, there is one more video in this regard I want to play for you. For the registry, this is P7, and it's 1533 to 1614 is the timestamp.
And Mr. Haradinaj, do you have the document in front of you in Albanian?
Më mbulu me video linkun është.
It has been now covered by the video link. I don't need the English version. It's not that I understand it completely. So for me, the Albanian transcript would suffice.
Can you see it all now?
Tash.
Okay.
Tash është shumë mirë.
Now I can see it very well, thank you. It is not a court of Kosovo. Whoever had an access, and Nasim is saying whoever took these documents, be they journalists or whoever else is mentioned, it was forbidden for them to use these documents in the sense of making the names of the witnesses public. However, the witnesses, they know those who are mentioned by names. There's no need for them to be blackmailed by these people because there's nothing on what to blackmail them. The interpreters kindly ask the prosecutor to give the reference in the English version for the benefit of the interpreters for the relevant lines or timestamps.
In the English transcript, at the request of the translators, it starts with Mr. Gashi saying Shipon, anyone who has access to, and then the excerpt ends with Mr. Haradinaj saying, yes, that's right, and it's on pages 8 to 9 of the English transcript, and I can do that throughout the examination if helpful. Given that, I would ask that the video be played a second time. Thank you.
Yes, please do so.
He said that it is not a court of Kosovo. Shipon, anyone who had access to, or as Nasim is saying, anyone who took these documents, be it journalists, as mentioned there, or any other person, they are forbidden to use those documents in the sense of making public the names of the witnesses. Yes, the names, of course, they themselves bear responsibility for them. We know that one might intimidate someone. The witnesses know those that are mentioned by names. There's no need to blackmail them because there's no basis for them to be blackmailed. Misuse is also a criminal offense, and fabrication of facts is also a criminal offense. And those witnesses in the future, whether the information and testimonies are fully checked, and let us suppose that they have said about Nasim Haradinaj, it turns out to be false, should they be held legally liable or doing that? We are not subjecting them to a trial. We are only raising the issue in those testimony based on your role as a lawyer and your experience and what will happen with them.
Mr. Haradinaj, who is talking in the exchange that you saw?
Këtu ban shumë është
Mr. Prosecutor, this is mainly the opinion of the lawyer. I don't know whether he was at the time our lawyer. Yes, he was. It's lawyer Tom Gashi, so it's mainly his opinion as a lawyer and of the moderator. And I can add some sentences to explain to you what I meant and what I thought.
Please do so.
këtu këta po diskutojnë për
Here they are discussing, Tom is giving his opinion, so he's giving his opinion, and I interfere by saying that these witnesses cannot be blackmailed by anyone and there's no reason to blackmail them.
kjo. Ta lexoj konkrete.
And I will read that part to you. That cannot be. I cannot find the word blackmail here on the transcript as I speak. It was here before, but now I cannot see it.
Lutem ma qitni.
Mr. Haradinaj, at the end of that excerpt, when it's put to you that misuse constitutes a criminal offense,
Mirë, ma qitni edhe ma nalt pak.
Can you bring it a bit up?
Thjesht unë e ndëgjova çka tha. Do thotë unë
I heard what he said. So I'm simply saying there's no reason for them to be blackmailed and nobody should blackmail them. And they are then giving their opinion whether someone can misuse it or not. Even Tom is giving his opinion about others as well.
dhe këto opinion
And these opinions, be they Thomas as our lawyer and as a lawyer accredited by your organization, based on his professionalism, of course, we took these opinions for granted as valid. And that's why we decided not to deal with these papers, whatever they were, whether they were true or falsified or whatever. Since we did not have the opportunity to know what exactly they contained, we referred them to the media so that they can do what they deem is fit to do with them. And it says here clearly there's no need for them to be blackmailed because there's no need to blackmail them. I don't know how to say it in a more simpler terms. There's no reason for them to be blackmailed. A witness is a witness.
nëse është shpifje ka mundësinë ai tjetri me dëshmu të kundërtën dhe çka.
If it's slander, another person will have the opportunity to say the contrary. So a witness is a witness. There's no need for them to be intimidated.
at the end of the excerpt played, it's put to you that misuse constitutes a criminal offense, but false testimony and fabrication of facts is also a criminal offense. And you said, yes, that's right. Do you agree with that sentence at the end of the extract?
Kush e tha?
Who said that? Can you please explain who said that sentence? Whose speech are you quoting? Is it mine?
I'll read you the exchange. The anchor says, misuse constitutes a criminal offense, but false testimony and fabrication of facts is also a criminal offense. And you say, yes, that's right. So my question is, do you agree with what the anchor said?
Decidivisht to që ka thonë.
Yes, completely with what she said. And from my experience as an interpreter in courts in Sweden, I know that obstruction in general is a mistake, and slander is also punishable. If slander is not punishable, then there's no future for these people. So what's in here that is not clear? I'm only accepting the moderator's opinion at this point, and I do accept it to this day.
So you knew that documents with witness names could be misused. Isn't that right?
Are you asking what I said or what I thought with this sentence? Because you're putting it out of context. You are just reading two sentences.
I'll ask the question again. It's about your knowledge. So you knew that documents with witness names could be misused. Isn't that right?
Could be misused if we had mentioned them or sold them or published them. They could have been misused. I agree with that. And that's why we did not mention or quote these names. Having heard this opinion, and this opinion is one that I heard from the various panels, I agreed with that opinion as long as it was said by persons who are professional in that field. I agree even today.
Act misusing documents with witnesses' names in them could constitute a criminal offense. Isn't that right?
Which documents? Because you know the word document can be anything. It can be this one here where I scribbled.
Excuse me.
The prosecutor is calling for Mr. Haradinaj to make a determination of the criminal law, which he is not able to do. If Mr. Halling has a question, he should take him to a reference from the transcript that he's referring to and put the question to him. He cannot expect Mr. Haradinaj to give a legal opinion.
To the extent you are asking him for a legal opinion, I will sustain the objection.
Mr. Haradinaj, when Mr. Gashi told you that that might intimidate someone, he was referring to the documents that had arrived at the War Veterans Association, wasn't he?
Mr. Prosecutor.
1 second, Mr. Haradinaj. Again, when making a reference to intimidation, he needs to take Mr. Haradinaj to specifically where that is stated in that transcript. There is also a question, which we may have to look at during the lunch break, as to the accuracy of the translations of the transcript. There have been different phrases used as to blackmail and intimidation.
If there's a line on the transcript, or the translation, I should say, of Mr. Gashi's statement, please give it to the witness so he can find it.
I'm happy to assist with that. This would be, if the court officer could please find the line in the transcript, it would be on either page 8 or page 9 of the English version, where Mr. Gashi says, "We know that one might intimidate someone." So it's there at timestamp 1550 on the bottom of page 8, and if the Albanian could go back one page to match. I'll ask the question again. When Mr. Gashi told you that might intimidate someone, he was referring to the documents that had arrived at the War Veterans Association, wasn't he?
Zoti Prokuror,
Mr. Prosecutor, I apologize for interrupting. As far as I understood, in the Albanian language that I received through interpretation, Mr. Gashi said to you, are you saying that Mr. Gashi addressed me, and are you saying that on purpose? He did not address me. He's addressing the opinion. I did not ask for any advice, and he's not giving me any advice. He's giving his opinion for the public opinion, and he is not addressing me at all. So he did not say anything to me. If this is what you meant, I don't know how else to say this. What he's saying here is purely his opinion for the public opinion.
Mr. Haradinaj, my question is to which documents he's referring to when he says that. Did you understand that when Mr. Gashi told you about might intimidate someone, he was referring to the documents that had arrived at the War Veterans Association? Could you please answer that question?
Mr. Cadman.
Objection. He cannot, and he's already answered the question as to what he believed that to mean at the time. He cannot say what he believes Mr. Gashi was referring to. If Mr. Gashi explains his answer further in the transcript, then Mr. Halling can take us to it. He cannot expect Mr. Haradinaj to answer that question.
I expect him to answer that question. It's a fair question. Your objection's overruled.
Mr. Haradinaj, can you please answer the question?
I cannot explain and speculate on what Mr. Gashi was thinking. I do not understand the idea of Mr. Gashi or of anyone else for that matter, and I don't have the competence and the ability to comment on that. It's his opinion. I think Mr. Gashi will appear here as a witness, and you can ask him that question once he's here.
And Mr. Haradinaj, in your response to that question, and if we could please turn the page on the English transcript and get on the Albanian, it's already correct. When you say the witnesses have no reason to be because they know if they are there or not, you're referring to the documents which arrived at the War Veterans Association, aren't you?
I'm referring to every witness, and to this day, I think that there's no need to intimidate any witness as long as there are witnesses and have a testimony. If they slander the witnesses, they will be punished by the court, and that will be found out. So I don't understand how a witness can be intimidated when a witness is there to testify for themselves. Why then one should intimidate them?
Mr. Cadman.
I do apologise for interrupting again. We have actually checked with the assistants. There is a discrepancy between what is in the English version and what is in the Albanian version. In Albanian, it uses the phrase blackmail. It's been translated into English as intimidation. So we need to be very careful what phrase is being used. There clearly is a distinction, and that distinction needs to be made.
At this point, I think Mr. Holling is using the information that's in front of him. And if you wish to challenge it, you need to challenge it with the translation unit as you're allowed to do. And you can redirect on those issues if you want.
But Mr. Halling is putting questions on the basis of an incorrect translation.
Go ahead, Mr.
The question that I just asked doesn't implicate the issue raised, nor
I agree with you.
nor was that question answered. Mr. Haradinaj, when you were talking about the witnesses, you're referring to the witnesses in the documents that arrived at the War Veterans Association. Could you please answer that with a yes or no?
No, witnesses in general, because I wasn't aware who the witnesses were in there, having not read the papers. Even to this day, I state that there's no reason for a witness to be blackmailed. If I'd come in my capacity as a witness, I would testify to what I know as a witness.
So when you said they know if they are there, you're referring to witnesses in general. Is that your testimony?
This is an answer given within the context of their questions as to who these people are. And I said, I don't know. Only those who are should know. And that is the truth. We do not know who they are. As a matter of fact, the only people who know this is you and them. But even if we were to know, that wouldn't be the end of the world. It's just a witness. It would be harmful if they were witnesses that have been manipulated by you, given who your coordinator is.
In your answer just now, you said the only people who know this is you. I take it referring to me, and them referring to the witnesses. Is that right?
You.
No, I mean you personally and your associates. And you most certainly are aware of these things. You are not speaking here with no basis of knowledge.
The witnesses we are talking about right now are the witnesses of the KSC. Isn't that right?
It wasn't precisely said there. This was witnesses in general. You can specify. We meant witnesses in general, witnesses that give testimony all over in Kosovo and elsewhere. As far as the names are concerned, we're not aware of them or what they are witnesses for. Even you've reminded me of some of those names that I have known for 6 or 7 years, not others. They have themselves admitted to being witnesses. So if this is an offence, then it should have been them sat here because they have breached their obligations.
Mr. Haradinaj, in your efforts against the KSC, prior to the batches arriving, it was the War Veterans Association's intentions to amend the KSC laws or to abrogate it. Isn't that correct?
First, we were not against the specialist chambers. We were against their methodology of work done openly, and that's why we wanted the law to be amended. Because, Your Honor, if we were in favor of the abrogation, why would we go for an amendment? Why should we have introduced a new law which, according to you, would undermine it? What's the logic in there? We were in favor of the discontinuation, given that you had set the expiry date, and that would have gone before Parliament to be voted on, a power that you have now usurped. And that's what we were in favor of. If this law, and let me repeat it again, if this law were not to be enacted, a law that would say that the specialist chambers ought to investigate all crimes in Kosovo regardless of the perpetrators, at least when the time comes to renew its mandate, it should not. And that is an opinion which I hold to this day.
You said the power that you have now usurped. What power did the KSC usurp?
Let me give you some detail, and we have said it before as well. The Ombudsman's visit here was part of my entitlement to a family visit, and I'm the first who have refused a meeting with him because it came to me as a request of a family member. Whilst the your ombudsman's visit, the one from Italy, was set aside as an official visiting time for me. And this is discrimination. You are acting on behalf of the people of Kosovo, whilst you deprive me of the right of a visit by my country's ombudsman. You are forcing me not to enjoy the benefits of the Ministry of Justice of my own country. You want to impose that on me as part of my entitlement as a family visitor, and I have ignored this. I've ignored this as part of a system of segregation, which you are doing. Your ombudsman came in an official capacity, was for a visit of my own ombudsman. I had to specify that this was a family visit, and it was taken off my entitlement as such. If this is not true, then I have misunderstood, but that is the way I understand things.
Mr. Haradinaj, from your own testimony and statements, your efforts to amend the KSC laws were unsuccessful. So at that point, you were interested in abrogating it, were you not?
Mr. Prosecutor, are you pretending not to be able to hear? Even to this day, I want it to become legal so that this court pursues all crimes and not targets them in a mono-ethnic fashion, not to cooperate with those who used to be the executors and those who gave orders. And whilst you refuse to cooperate with the single official from Kosovo, not with us, but with the people who are the official representatives of Kosovo. Is there anything wrong with it? If that were to happen, then there would be you'd be understood like that all over the place. I don't know why you're setting these precedents, and I don't think that this is to your benefit either. That is why I'm repeating it. I'm repeating it for the interests of the public and transparency. You are not, even to this day, you are not embarking on that road. So, to this day, I want it amended. I want the mandate amended to include all crimes regardless of the perpetrators. Is there anything wrong here? If this is the case, if you are saying that you're against me, then I will be against you for as long as I live, because that is not a justice system. It's not a fair. You are using the powers that you have taken from the Constitution. You've taken in the Constitutional Court.
What is it doing?
If it had been within my own powers, I would have abrogated a long time ago. With the way you conduct your work, it was not up to me. If you'd had my own mandate for the sake of the partial justice that you're pursuing, I would have abrogated you today. Whilst if you had been in favor of chasing all crimes, regardless of the perpetrators, then I'd be in favor. The War Veterans Association is in favor of the fact that all criminals ought to come before a trial panel, because everybody would benefit: society, country, humanity. Is there anyone who's so stupid enough to defend criminals?
Mr. Haradinaj, I'd like to take you to paragraph 17 of your statement now. This would be Exhibit 2D1, I believe. And it's paragraph 17. So, Mr. Haradinaj, you say in paragraph 17 of your statement that's been admitted, to be clear, we were not seeking the abrogation or closure of the KSC. Given your answer just now, that's not true, is it?
Microphone for the witness, please. Microphone for the witness, please.
If you could turn on your microphone and repeat your answer.
Dat stop.
We were seeking an amendment that would envisage investigations into all crimes, regardless of who had committed them. That is what I am saying here. To be clear that we were not seeking the abrogation or the closure of the KSC, and that is true, and I repeated it. You are saying that we were in favor of the abrogation. What we wanted is an amendment for investigating all crimes, as I mentioned before. But if this Office of the Prosecutor admits that it does not want to pursue all crimes, let me repeat, we just can't abrogate it because you're a parallel state. The MPs who voted in favour are just telling tales over there. You are giving yourselves the powers. But if the mandate comes for a renewal vote, I remain in favour of not continuing the mandate or abrogating it if it does not abrogate all powers. And I'm saying it openly that if that is the case, I am in favour of an abrogation, yes. I stand by what's written in there. And I explained it more broadly, more clearly, and if that is, if you're still unclear, if this trial chamber is unclear, I don't know what else to do. I don't know how else to put it.
From your evidence is that you were not seeking the abrogation or closure of the KSC, but you would abrogate it today. Is that right?
You are taking what you want from my speech, and let me repeat it. If you are admitting that you are mono-ethnic like you are, and not in favor of investigating all crimes, yes, I'm in favor of the abrogation. And if that is the case, if that is the case, I will stop answering questions here and now. You want me to go against my own country? I am not in favor of your work if you're mono-ethnic, selective, and if you do not want to bring the real criminals here, but you're making up other criminals, like through work with the coordinator. If that is the case, I remain against you. And if that is the true, I will stop my testimony here, regardless of the offence that it constitutes. I have fought against those people, the regime of Milosevic and Tito, who we with your help were able to get to free ourselves of. What else would you want from me?
You want the KSC to fall, don't you?
Microphone for the witness, please. You are trying to portray it like that. We want the KSC to improve its work so it would prosecute all crimes. Is this an obstacle to you? If that is the case, yes, I would want to see it abrogated. And that's not just me, but the whole freedom-loving people of Kosovo, democracy. It should be the case with your country as well. They ought to be ashamed should you be doing your job in a very selective and mono-ethnic fashion.
And if the legal path to close the KSC didn't work, you would stop it even by breaking the law, wouldn't you?
Who said that?
No one yet, but I'm asking you. If the legal path to close the KSC didn't work, you would stop it even by breaking the law, wouldn't you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Just a second. I will answer. Mr. Prosecutor, I have been referring to the law all the time that I've been here, and someone who refers to the law does not dare break the law. So that is why we have never undermined any work. We didn't blackmail a single one, threaten anyone, and we've always followed the legal path, and all these signatures are legal. The request in Parliament is legal. It's the constitutional right of every single citizen. So if you were to assess our activities, they are all within the legal framework, and everything that is legal is just. what you're saying is exactly the opposite of what I am saying. If there is a legal possibility to improve the work, why not? Why are you against it? Why are you against investigating all crimes? Or are you trying to protect them? Why should you be against investigating crimes of committed by other nationalities? People who were not KLA members, even Albanians who did not have the uniform might be here. So that is what we have a problem with. The problem is that we don't feel equal before this SPO office. Bring here before justice those who deserve it, and we'll support you all the way. Investigate all criminals all the way, and we'll be against anyone who is opposed to you. So now you can take a view on whether I am in favor of the law or not. And it's precisely because of this legal prerogative that I'm here today able to give this testimony. Because if it were for you, maybe you would have convicted me immediately upon the arrest. But it's the law, and the law should be a recourse to for every single citizen in a democratic state. Why not?
Your Honor, if I could please ask the court officer to pull up P24. It's another video. The timestamp would be 1414 to 1438. The English transcript would be P24ET, and that's pages 7 to 8. It begins with a remark, "On this point, I am in complete agreement," and the excerpt ends, "We have the confirmation." Mr. Haradinaj, I'm going to play another excerpt of a video for you and then ask you a question.
Ma qit në Shqip, ju lutem.
May I have it in Albanian, please? The transcript, that is.
Yes, I understand as a matter of course when I call up these videos now that the Albanian and English transcripts will be brought up with the same timestamps.
Thank you.
All I wanted to say is that your agreement has not committed any legal offense by distributing them. Even if it's an offense, it's our duty to do everything that would give the light to the fact of what this case is doing. What I have said there, and what I've seen in those documents very briefly, is that
Mr. Haradinaj, I'm sorry, your microphone is not on, so if you...
Can I please see it in Albanian, please? When the video was being played, it disappeared. Let me find where the violation is mentioned. What is the question? I'm ready now.
The question concerned the part where it said, violation, even if there was to be a violation, it is our duty to do everything to show this court is not correct, because it is racist, it is selective, and here we have the confirmation. Mr. Haradinaj, this was an interview on 9 September 2020. What did you mean when you said that?
Nëse pak përpara ndëgjut
If you heard Mirem Zeka earlier, he has changed his opinion because in a previous interview he was convinced that we had staged this thing or photocopied them and so on and so forth. He's one of those journalists that gets on your nerves, even though he used to be a friend of mine and he wants to find stuff where it doesn't exist. Microphone is not there. Microphone for the witness, please. Shall I start from the beginning?
Mr. Haradinaj, can you hear me?
Yes.
Listen to the question again and then answer it. Don't tell us about other matters that are of interest to you.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll repeat. The question concerned the part where it said violation. Even if there was to be a violation, it is our duty to do everything to show this court is not correct because it is racist, it is selective, and here we have the confirmation. Mr. Haradinaj, what did you mean when you said that?
ku thop shkelje,
When I mention violation, the assumption is that there is no such violation. And what I mean to say is whatever there is, and I don't think there is violation, and I am saying it in the Albanian language. If people understand that in the Albanian language properly, it's dialectical as well, the meaning is the opposite, that there is no violation. And I've been trying to say that this is for the sake of transparency, because it needs to be made public, because our view of this chambers was such, and I'm repeating it, it was based on data available before these documents arrived, given the fact that your coordinator, witness number 2, appeared continually on Serbian media, mentioning names and in fact convicting us. So long before these papers arrived, we had created this idea, and that's what I'm repeating here. This is the viewpoint from which I see it.
Mr. Haradinaj, I understand you when you say that there is no violation, but isn't your quote here expressed conditionally, even if there was to be a violation? Isn't what you said talking about that possibility?
po,
Yes. Even if it were a violation, so a violation committed by someone else, it wasn't our fault. We had not procured these documents. We had not worked to procure these documents. So there was no reason for us to be concerned for something that we had not done. Our duty was to make public what had arrived. It was in the public interest, and that is all we were keen to do. It is not of concern to me how you safeguard your documents here. That is not a concern of mine. If it weren't so, you wouldn't have secured your documents. So what I mean to say here is that whether it was or not, is not our fault. Our own duty was to unveil everything that we received for the sake of transparency. If we wanted, as I said before, we would have taken pictures of, made them public, everything. So you could have, and then you could have charged me with other things. But so you wouldn't have been able to stop me there and then. Don't forget that I'm a citizen of Sweden too. I could have called on Swedish journalists if I thought that this is what I was going to be charged with, maybe I would, but my contribution has been to my country. In fact, as a matter of fact, the statement should have been seen as a compliment, as an offer of help to you, so that even if these documents were not yours, you would know that this is what happened, even though I was not in agreement with you, because at the end of the day, this was causing damage to my people.
So when you said that the KSC was racist and selective, this was intended as a kind of compliment. Is that correct?
Ky është kompliment që ju jep.
You're giving this compliment to yourselves. It's the way you do your work, the selective manner that you conduct your work, your focus on one single nationality, because you've selectively targeted only those who are Albanian and KLA members, not every Albanian. So you have targeted people and you've been selective, and in fact, to this day, you are staying within that target range. This is not my definition. This is what the public opinion in Kosovo thinks of you at the moment, unfortunately.
Mr. Haradinaj, in this exchange we've been talking about, you're stating on 9 September 2020 that you were ready to commit an offense in order to show that this court is biased, weren't you?
Nuk po e kuptoj pyetjen.
I do not understand the question. What did I say on the 9th of September? Where is it?
In the extract of the video that we have been discussing.
Malshon edhe të më rikujtohet, lutem.
Would you mind playing it again? To refresh my memory, please. Would you be able to play it again so I can hear it myself?
Maybe it's faster if I just read the relevant statement to you.
Lexone por ta shohur këtu shqip transkript.
You may read, but I want to see it in Albanian, please.
It may be more expedient for Mr. Halling to do that, but I think it's appropriate for Mr. Haradinaj to hear what he actually said.
You can... We will just look at the transcript. There was no argument about the transcript. Let's start there.
Thank you. Mr. Haradinaj, I'll read the sentence again in English, and then you can see the corresponding sentence in the Albanian transcript. Violation, even if there was to be a violation, it is our duty to do everything to show that this court is not correct, because it is racist, it is selective, and here we have the confirmation. And my question is that in this statement, you were stating that you were ready to commit an offense in order to show this court is biased, weren't you?
Zoti prokuror.
Mr. Prosecutor, I want to believe that you're not doing this intentionally, because you really do not understand what I'm trying to say. I want to believe so, because you're changing my words all the time. I'm saying, even were there to be a violation, it would be somebody else's violation, not our violation. That is the context. Not that I would commit that violation, but somebody else. This is a reference to you. You were responsible for the violation. And that is what I mean. I'm not saying that I will commit the violation. It is a statement that has got a question mark, which doesn't exist here, but that's what I say. When I say maybe, and I'm using the English because I won't use a language that I don't know, but so when I say even if it were, it would not be our own violation. I'm not committing myself to committing a violation. This is an opinion that you have created with your behavior. It is not the first time that you're hearing it from my mouth. You've heard this for years before I arrived here. Please.
Mr. Haradinaj, I understand that, but that's not the question that I'm asking you now. My question is, in this statement, you're saying you are ready to commit an offense in order to show this court is biased. Isn't that true?
Nuk është e vërtet kjo.
No, it is not true. And you're forcing me to say it is not true. I am saying that we have a duty to do everything that is. Not that we would do everything to expose the lie, but to do everything about what exists. Because if we were to undertake to do everything, we'd have gone completely against you. We wouldn't have even accepted to receive your offices in and so our conduct clearly demonstrates this with witness one, for instance, so on and so forth. It is your problem, but you're not accepting. When I say we will do everything, we mean everything from a legal point of view, in order to make public what we had received, and that was for the sake of being transparent. And I reiterate, to be transparent when you see that something against the interest of the public. There's nothing personal here, Mr. Prosecutor. But what I'm seeing there in a new and independent state, I'm seeing references to the old days when I wasn't free to speak my mind out. And let me repeat, when I say everything, that does not mean committing a crime. When I say everything, it does not mean that I will kill, threaten or intimidate. Someone who wants to do some evil thing or wouldn't publicly go and say that he'd do everything.
So you're saying you wouldn't obstruct the KSC's work, even if doing so could lead to its abrogation?
Just tell me a single instance, a single second that was done against you, apart from the legal point of view, to have a law reviewed by the Parliament. This is something to be proud of, not ashamed of. You really want to make us fools? Look stupid. I'm not opposing your question, but I don't understand it. What do you have against uncovering all crimes? Why all this resistance? What is wrong to request through Parliament, through a legal path, for something to be reviewed? What's bad in all this? This does not mean that you are an enemy. On the contrary, I'm a friend of justice, and I want justice, but not your justice, and not the justice with the approach that you have taken.
And given the approach taken, you want to obstruct that approach. Isn't that right?
Considering the approach taken, I want it to be improved so that all crimes are pursued. This is it. This is what I said. As simple as that. Why are you making it complicated? I want you to change your approach and to pursue all the crimes committed in Kosovo, and then it will be all fine. We will support every step that you take. There's nothing bad in that.
You don't want to obstruct the approach of the court, you just want to change it.
Yes.
If the court officer could please pull up P18.
I just want to add something. I apologize. I do not agree with the approach it has, and I want it to be changed so that it prosecutes all crimes committed.
For P18, the transcript part is 2919 to 2938. In the English transcript, it's P18 RED. It's pages 5 to 6. The excerpt begins, "I care only for the veterans," and it ends, "picked up from Milosevic." And Mr. Haradinaj, as you can guess, I have another small video that I'd like to play for you. It'll just be a moment to get the transcript and the video on your screen.
Regulă.
All right. Don't mention Mr. Touch, Mr. Vesely. This very matter just it can be damaging to the variants. I'm not because it could seen as an obstruction. That's why. What justice coming from the apparatus of Milosevic?
Thank you. And just to make sure the last line, I don't know if it got fully picked up in the interpretation. I have the justice they picked up from Milosevic's apparatus. I'll obstruct all my life. I crap on the justice that they picked up from Milosevic. Mr. Haradinaj, you're talking about the KSC in that exchange, aren't you?
Poflas.
I'm talking about a person of Milosevic who is your coordinator, and I do not want to repeat the second word you mentioned in the context of Milosevic, and I agree with this statement, and I will repeat it again. Everything coming from officers, representatives of Milosevic, I will oppose them to my last breath. If you say that you are like that, I will say I am your opposer. You yourselves proclaimed him a criminal, the butcher of the Balkans, who carried out 5 wars. I've always been against Milosevic, and I will always be. If this is something that you mind, you can continue whatever you want, but I will continue to oppose every idea that comes from Milosevic and his people. Who are your coordinators and who you thank?
Shumë, kështu, çka thash?
So this is what I said.
Do you consider that the KSC has picked up its justice from Milosevic's apparatus?
Me këtë koordinator mendoj se
With this coordinator and with that methodology, yes, I think yes. And the instance you include to prosecute all crimes, my approach will change. This is how your work is reflected. The way you behave, this is how you are perceived. A person who's convicted people to death during the war, Vukcevic, who was Milosevic's first man, number two on the list as well. So what can I say about them? They've created the syndrome of hatred against the Albanians. Even there is justice in the end, believe me, it will not be a believable justice for the people because they have killed us for hundreds of years.
So, going off of the quote in the video played, isn't it true that you would obstruct the KSC's justice all your life?
O jo të se kes, po dhe të Zotit.
Not only the KSC, but to the God that bases himself or herself on data provided by Milosevic. This is what I've stated all along, and how many times do you want me to repeat it?
So I understand from that answer that the answer is yes to my question. Am I right?
Çka kuptove?
What did you understand?
Kuptove.
What did you understand? That I am against Milosevic? Yes.
My question was, would you obstruct the KSC's justice all your life? Is the answer to that question yes?
Nëse ju punoni me
If you work on the directives of Milosevic, yes. Yes, yes.
And that's what you believe, isn't it?
Ky është ajo që ju
This is what you reflect. And this is the conviction you created in me, your behavior, and not only in me. And I don't want to expand here, but even if it was only on me, you've created this opinion.
So this is not about changing the KSC alone. You're also willing to obstruct the KSC. Isn't that right?
Nëse është dhe se ke që bazohet
If KSC is one that bases its work on the data and ideas of Milosevic, yes. I am for the KSC to change its approach, to take an approach that would investigate and prosecute all crimes, and then I will have nothing against it. I will repeat it again. I'm not against justice, and I'm not for obstruction of uncovering the truth about criminals. However, I also do not support that you look only on one side, because by basing yourselves on your coordinator, you are rehabilitating other criminals. That's why I'm telling you simply, I am against every selective court, wherever it is, in whichever state, not only in my country, and believe you would be against such a court too, at least based on the legal principles. I am against any court that works based on principles of Milosevic. I've always been against it. I will always be against it. And the generation coming after me will be against principles led by Milosevic, and I'm proud of this.
Mr.
Helling,
Haradinaj,
it's about time for the noon break.
yes, could I ask one last question?
Yes.
Mr. Haradinaj, just with a yes or no, because we are about to break. If the SPO KSC remains as is, would you obstruct it all your life?
Po tash unë s'pe kam të qartë se ti
No, it's not clear to me. You just opposed my idea. Can you please first explain to me the way you are, how you are, and then I will answer your question.
It's just a yes or no question. If the KSC remains as is, unamended, would you obstruct it all your life? Just with a yes or no.
në çdo
Microphone, please. Look, I'm saying if you are saying that these are Milosevic's principles, I will again be against them. And if you're saying that you are working based on the methodology that you are working, I will use every legal path, parliament, whatever remedy, to include this amendment, that is that all crimes be persecuted regardless of the perpetrators, by at least all citizens of the Republic of Kosovo, and that would suffice, and then we will be friends, cooperators, everything you want. And if you don't do this, then I will always be against it. Legally, I will raise this issue before the parliament, and it's my legitimate right to do so. And not to use blackmail or violence or whatever you are mentioning. That I would never do because it's not legal.
Your Honor, we can break.
We'll take a break at this time for lunch. We are adjourned until 2:30. We'll see you at that time.
All rise. All rise.
Please be seated. I don't mean to keep bugging you, but do you have any answer for us from your expert?
Anticipating your question, I had sent a further reminder to Mr. Reid. We don't have an answer yet. I'm still waiting for him to come online. We will keep pressing him during the course of the day. I appreciate it's very difficult.
I'm sorry. You might remind him that he signed on to be an expert. That means he needs to be here to testify, and it's going to be rather important because a delay in getting him could delay everything for a long time.
And he has been made aware of that.
Okay. I know you have.
I would say the only difficulty is we have to allow him to sleep, and there is quite a time difference between here and Australia. So.
I want him to fully understand the implications. Absolutely. Thank you. Anything else?
Yes. Just in the interest of assisting the court and helping the proceedings along smoothly, We have prepared all of the transcripts that are in the prosecutor's presentation queue in Albanian, just to facilitate Mr. Haradinaj's ability to go through. I've shown them to the prosecution. They have no objection. And with court's leave, I'd like to present them to Mr. Haradinaj.
Will he be able to find his way through the document?
They are tabbed by the ERN numbers. Okay. So all I would ask is that when Mr. Halling refers to the transcript, we also have the ERN number so he can turn to it quite quickly.
Okay, but we have P numbers also on some.
You
just use the ERN numbers?
Yes, we have.
All right with you, Mr. Halling?
Yes, Your Honor, it's just the interest of efficiency. We can try it. If it's helpful, great, but the transcript will always be on the screen if it's difficult to find things in this binder.
Understood. Okay, and Mr. Haradinaj, I'm sorry. I have to remind you once again, you have to speak slower because the translators are having a very difficult time, and it's very important that your statements be properly translated. Do you understand?
Oh, let me do.
Yes, I'll try.
And proceed. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Halling. You have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Haradinaj, we're going to start again with a video. This one is 08135504. That's the ERN. The exhibit is P8. It's timestamp 5033 to 5101. And in the English transcript, that is on page 26. The extract starts with the words, "The first batch was," and then it ends with the words, "provided by the enemy." And we'll just take a moment for that to be queued up.
Oh, you idiots, are you born spies? Don't think that anybody will defend you. Nobody has ever defended a spy after exploiting them. They have either been killed, discredited, or been derided. How can you expect to betray your people, your army, to connect with those facts provided by the enemy?
And Mr. Haradinaj, just to confirm for the record, because I didn't hear it in the interpretation, it says the first batch was only intended to tell us, you poor morons, you fools, you born spies, going on to what you heard. I'm interested in that quote, Mr. Haradinaj. Who are the born spies related to the first batch?
This is an expression that comes from your country and many other countries when they speak to spies. It's to do with spies who continue their work, as is the case with the couple. we haven't been using this one because we gained our liberation very late compared to other countries that were liberated much earlier. I took it from books, from reading the books. What else is there? So the call is, do not expect anyone to defend you. This is a historical overview. Mr. Prosecutor, this is a program that is known for its humor. This is and it's good to know for all of you. It'd be nice to explain it to you, Your Honours. And this is not a serious type of program, but the interest was there all the time. According to what we've seen here, I should have been taken to court in Kosovo. My government should have taken me, because we have asked for the law on illustration and the vetting to be used, and that has got to do with those who have collaborated directly with the enemy. So, have I broken the rules? I don't think so. The free thought that requests some accountability is no infringement. This is on the illustration. Look, Mr. Prosecutor, we've been targeted all the time. I've been under a lot of pressure compared to you. You have been negligent. You have never, ever shown any interest in dealing with us, but we have, in a way, been shouldering your own burden, unwillingly so, but they're doing so. So who has done it? Everybody, all the parties, all the officials. So when we were pressing for the law on illustration, we came under a lot of attack. It's not a mistake here. What I meant to say here is that we have an issue. When I talk about born spies, I mean born spies, somebody whose father has also been a spy. Unfortunately, they do exist in Kosovo, and unfortunately, they are the head of the government too. Now, this is a punishable offence, but let them pass the law on illustration and we see where we end up to. This is not a reference to somebody in specifically or to this chambers or that court of law. I don't think that a spy is also a witness. A spy's duty is to undermine a country, a state, and so on and so forth. I do want to believe that you are still part and parcel of Kosovo. It looks like you are setting up a precedent. It's nothing to do with people who are involved with this chambers. If you call somebody a spy, you do not mean a witness. A witness is somebody who tells of their own experience. It is nothing to do with what you're trying to get to. So look at it. This is a humor-based program for entertainment. Is widely viewed in Kosovo.
So when you said to these born spies, do not think that someone will protect you, was that a joke on this humorous program?
Microphone, please.
It's
something that has been used throughout this World War I, World War II, in books and so on and so forth. Even during Hitler's time, in the war against fascism, during the French Revolution, the Spanish Revolution, in Italy, all over the place. We did not have a luxury to talk about spies, but we gained our liberation in 1999. The reference is historical. And willy-nilly, that's what's happened. And I do not believe that you're collaborating with spies because it damages the institution you're working for.
So this part was not a joke that you said, was it? You said that seriously.
tipo më nënë që unë kam thonë se
Do you mean to say that I was serious when I said this?
When you said, "You poor morons, you fools, you born spies, you spies, do not think that someone will protect you." You were being serious when you said that. You weren't joking, were you?
a keni dëshirë me au
Do you want me to illustrate how serious I was at the time?
I want you to answer my question, Mr. Haradinaj. Was it a serious statement?
s'ka
There is nothing serious about it. If you want me to illustrate how serious I was, I will.
pastaj ti e kupton sa
For you to be able to clearly understand it, and for the trial panel too.
What do you mean?
mendoj që ju ka
I think it's happened to all of you if you're a parent. It looks like it's often been the case that my children have told me that my wife has hidden something she had cooked to spare me, and the children have told me that Mom has hidden the food away, and I told her that you are the spy of your father's spy. Then that is the context in which I've used it here as well.
Mr. Haradinaj, perhaps with just a yes or no, is this a serious statement that you said? Yes or no?
përderisa nuk është në
If it's not part and parcel of a serious program, it is not meant to be serious, so the answer is no.
I'd now like to show you a different video, and apologies to the court officer, I am going to change from the last video that we discussed during the break. This is P37. That's 082-733-02. The timestamp would be 1 hour, 4 minutes, 52 seconds to 1 hour, 5 minutes, and 6 seconds. In the English transcript, it would be page 5, and the extract would start, "On the other hand," and would end with, "We have declared publicly."
Apologies for the delay, the video is still loading.
every soldier of the KLA would be a target, and everyone against the KLA, every collaborator, every quisling, every traitor, spy, and son of a spy will be appearing before this chambers. So this is the meaning, this is the kind of court that I have in mind.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer, and to the interpreters. Mr. Haradinaj, this is an interview from 24 June 2020. From seeing the video, is this a comedy show?
No, this is a very serious program, and I was very serious in what I said. And that's what I try to illustrate. So this illustrates exactly what I've said. That it says that it is such.
So when you say that traitors are... That's what you mean?
Which tribunal?
This tribunal.
Then I've been sat in the wrong place. I know that I am appearing before a Kosovo court. Shall I get up?
Mr. Haradinaj, when you talked about every traitor and every spy is in favor of this tribunal, the tribunal you were referring to was the KSC, wasn't it?
Mr. Prosecutor, let me repeat. I shall not continue my testimony if this chambers is a chambers that comes from the tribunal that has finished. That's the tribunal that was for Yugoslavia, and that's over. Is this a chambers that is part of that tribunal?
Mr. Haradinaj.
Or am I at the tribunal? I'm misunderstanding the whole thing. I cannot answer it without knowing before which court am I appearing, because that's offensive to me. It looks like I'm not giving testimony for what I was meant to. Otherwise, he has to rephrase the question.
That you made. I have not given testimony at the tribunal, and the tribunal is not topical in this case. Maybe it's a mistake in the translation of the word tribunal. That's how I heard it, tribunal. I believe it was your statement, Mr. Haradinaj.
I have mentioned the word court, not tribunal. I can't see there. Maybe I'm not seeing it, not able to read it properly.
I'll try it a different way, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Mr. Haradinaj, what legal institution were you making reference to with this quote?
Microphone, please. Forgive me, I've completely lost my concentration. Would it be possible to replay the video, please? I'm completely unclear. I'm unable to read it as well.
I'd suggest that be accommodated.
Please replay the video.
When this court was set up, monoethnic and racist, and every KLA soldier would be attacked, and everybody who was against the KLA, every collaborator, every quizzer, every trader, every spy, and every family member of the spy would be in favor of this tribunal, of this kind of tribunal. That's what I'm talking about.
You
can make the question now. I did hear myself clearly, at least what I've got in mind, not...
The translation of the word used in the video and the Albanian transcript is court, not tribunal. I think it's just a problem of terminology.
I don't believe I'm in a position to make that statement. I accept that that's your version. Can we go on?
The way in which the question I'm going to ask now is formulated, I think it avoids the terminology.
Right. That would be good.
And it's actually the question that I put to you just before the video. So, Mr. Haradinaj, what legal institution were you referencing in the video you just heard?
I clearly mean the office of the specialized prosecutor, and that's what I meant. And why? Because of the orientation that they've had so far. I'm saying here at the end that if it has been built on the basis of collaboration with Serbs who have been living there for more than 100 years or so, of Quislings who joined them to fight alongside and who got the Albanian names that are here and others that do not appear here, those who wore Serbian uniforms and attacked us and killed their fellow Albanians and set their houses alight. The traitors are those who, I'm just trying to clarify.
Mr. Haradinaj, you've answered the question. You don't need all of that. Go on.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, and Mr. Haradinaj. Mr. Haradinaj, just leave your microphone on. You are being cut. They're not being able to pick up everything you say, so just leave it on. Go ahead, Mr. Halling.
Thank you, Your Honor.
In the end, I make it clear if it's got this approach, which is mono-ethnic, selective, and not all-inclusive, and that is exactly what I say in the end. So only those who have been our enemies or those who have collaborated and fought with the enemies support it. So the last word makes it explicitly clear that if this is an approach that is selective in nature, then they have the support of those people. And I think that this court ought to have the support of everyone, and it would have that support if it were to prosecute all crimes regardless of the perpetrators.
In your view, people who are cooperating with the KSC as it currently exists are Serbian collaborators, aren't they?
No, that's what you're saying. That's your statement. Everyone is entitled to their own view.
So is the KSC collaborating with the Serbian authorities?
You have said that, and your coordinator has admitted it, and based on the two, I've come to the conclusion that yes, you are.
And didn't you tell us yesterday that that is the ultimate accusation that you can make?
Përkënd akuz.
Accusation against who?
The collaborating with
Mr. Cadman?
Again, if Mr. Halling is putting something that Mr. Haradinaj has already said, perhaps he can refer him to the transcript where he said it.
Happy to. It would be page 74 from yesterday's real-time transcript. Given the difficulties of making the real-time transcript available in Albanian, it may be simplest on this occasion if I just read the extract, it's just a few lines, into the record, and then ask him if he said it.
That's acceptable.
Mr. Harad,
No, that is acceptable, the way he's going to
But
do
you can
it.
still put it on
It's
visible
still
for the
what he's
English
going to
version
do,
for us to see.
Mr. Cadman.
this is page 74 of yesterday's real-time transcript. Mr. Haradinaj, I'm going to read this to you and then ask if this reflects your testimony from yesterday. And we shared that suspicion that these could have been SPO documents. They accused us of having collaborated with the Serbs and brought the documents here, accusing people of taking part in the law that you're collaborators of the secret Serbian services. That is the ultimate accusation you could level. End quote. Mr. Haradinaj, did you say that yesterday?
Po e thash dhe pe përsëris edhe
Yes, I did say it, and I'll repeat it one more time because it looks like you're twisting my words. I said we, as a veterans organization, and this is following the delivery of your documents, when we were accused of being in cahoots with the Serbs, as if the Serbs had delivered these documents. They were accusing us of the same, and that was a very grave concern, a very grave accusation. If I'd collaborate with the Serbs, I would be on your side. And when we use the term Serbia, when I say Serbia, it doesn't mean of Serbian nationality. It's fine to cooperate with the Serb, but it is not in order to collaborate with the Serb who has killed and who has ordered the killing of someone else personally, and that is the context. There are many honest Serbs, there are many Serbs who are against the war. So I'm not here insulting an entire people, because that would be an insult against myself. There are bad people all over the place. So what I meant to say is that was an offensive to us. So, as I'm accusing you of collaborating with them, we get the same accusation. The accusation against us was that the documents had been sent from the secret services of Serbia, when it was known that you were collaborating with them, and that is the context in which I said what I said, and I'm repeating it here.
Were you afraid of being accused of Serbian collaborator?
nuk kam në frikë.
I'm not scared of being accused. I'm not trying to make myself topical in the news to be accused as a Serbian. If I'd been accused of Serbian collaboration, I would have been privileged. I would have been in power. I wouldn't have been sent to jail at all. I can't be friends with an enemy of my people. I'm saying my people, but I also mean my family, and somebody who's deprived me of life, of tortured, killed, jailed, and so on. So these are not friends. With friends, you cooperate. You don't torture them. If you want to become friends with your enemy, then that mistreatment, the torture, should cease there and then, and you should be privileged somehow.
What can happen in Kosovo when someone is accused of being a Serbian collaborator?
Kush I akuzon duhet më koni.
Who accuses them? There should be some kind of justice.
That's not my question. My question is, what can happen in Kosovo when someone is accused of being a Serbian collaborator?
Njerëzit janë të jetu së ka ndodhur.
People are continuing to live, nothing is happening.
Object that it calls for speculation.
I'll overrule. I'll allow the question. Overruled.
If a witness was accused of being a Serbian collaborator, they could be killed, couldn't they?
Jo, more.
No. Unless they were on the front line during the war, they could have get killed. Yes, on the front line you have a uniform. He shoots at you, you shoot at him. It's a front line. It recognizes no nationality, no age, nothing. But not now. Now we have judiciary, and I hope that we have passed now the time of war, and that now it's not a time for private settlements. Kosovo is no longer within those standards.
If I could ask the court officer to pull up the following Facebook post. It is SPO EOO 22264 to SPO E00 222267, and there's an ET. It has a confidential classification, and I'm interested in page 1. Mr. Haradinaj, this is a Facebook post from Hisni Gucati's Facebook page on April 26, 2020. There's a particular aspect I want to direct you to. I think it's easiest if I just read that into the record, and then with the aid of the interpretation, you can find the extract. This is what it says. Shkels and Gashi, together with a particular caste of intellectuals always supported by Serbia and their international backers, set up numerous trials against KLA, made up any sort of stories against them, bought up and paid more than 70% of the witnesses to give testimony in these proceedings. This is public knowledge. In addition, some of these witnesses were killed because they revealed, deliberately or inadvertently, that they worked for these structures in order to destroy KLA without proof or evidence, but with fabricated witnesses as the only way to achieve the aim. Mr. Haradinaj, do you agree with what's said in this post?
Mr. Cadman.
First of all, he's being asked to comment on a post by somebody else, and we don't even know, it's not been established that that was actually posted by the other person. He's now being asked to speculate on that. We do object to this line of questioning.
Overruled. Go ahead.
I'll repeat the question. Mr. Haradinaj, do you agree with what is said in the post that I just read to you?
First of all, it's not an issue whether I would agree to this or not. You have to mention that this Shkels Gashi was a counselor to Albin Kurti, the Prime Minister, and he justified the killings of 11,000 Albanians in Tivar and justifies the killings committed by the Serbs on Albanians over that time. So this is a person that blurred the public opinion totally in Kosovo by giving his own explanation, if it's his explanation. So I'm not here to give my opinion on his opinion or to evaluate or assess his opinions. I cannot be accurate about what he is trying to say. I agree that Shkirzen Gashi lied and tried to instigate hatred. He stated these statements in a very serious television program, and for these reasons, if I'm not mistaken, he was dismissed. He lost his job.
The statement that Gashi, a caste of individuals, of intellectuals, always supported by Serbia and their international backers, set up numerous trials against KLA, you agree with that, don't you?
Zoti Prokuror,
Mr. Prosecutor, unfortunately, and I'm supposed to feel bad here, as I'm an intellectual, I did not see a single Serbian prosecutor punishing me or convicting me. It was always Albanians, those who pressed the charges.
Is the comment that the trials against the KLA and that more than 70% of the witnesses were bought up and paid, is that something you believe?
Zoti Prokuror, unë nuk
Mr. Prosecutor, I cannot speculate based on other people's opinion. Please. Even if it is my opinion, it's just my opinion, which is different from the opinion of the originator of the opinion. There are parts that I like, there are parts that I don't like of this opinion, there are parts about which I would write maybe in a better way. So this is just somebody else's opinion, and I don't have the right to give you my opinion on that. I'm not avoiding the answer to this question, but sincerely, I would be I would commit a mistake in terms of what I think. It's not that I'm afraid to say what I want to say.
Mr. Haradinaj, that doesn't answer the question that I asked. In reference to that part, do you agree with that part of the post?
si decidivisht bukfalisht nuk fajtoj.
Word by word, I don't. In terms of names, when I read names of the type of Shkirzen Gashi and his comrades, they make me sick, even to this day.
That's not the part of the comment I'm asking about. That 70% of the witnesses giving testimony in trials against the KLA made up stories and were bought up and paid. Do you agree with that?
Tani po insiston që
Now you are insisting that I go into analyzing this opinion, and I will do that in the name of justice. If we take into consideration all these processes in Kosovo, starting from the time of UNMIK, EULEX, and the tribunal, 80% of the people came out clean. What happened was one misfortune. You lost years of lives of people, but 80% of the people came out clean. They were released by the tribunal, by the courts of UNMIK, and by the courts of EULEX. And if he is referring to this in his opinion, he mistakenly said 50-60%. It should be 80 or 90%. And I'm saying again, for the sake of transparency and for the sake of justice, I analyzed this passage and I gave you my opinion.
So am I correct then that your position is that the post is incorrect because the number of corrupted witnesses is higher than the percentage given in the post?
Nuk thash unë as të korruptuar.
I did not say corrupted or not corrupted, but all those witnesses, it turned out that they were not convincing in all those trials held against KLA members. And in over 90% of the cases, KLA members came out victors and innocent. So I do not agree to 60-70%, but to over 90% as cases, not as individuals. So those witnesses who helped in bringing about those charges did not manage to convince trial chambers. The courts issued judgments which were in favor of those who were accused at first place. And I'm saying this for the sake of transparency and for clarity. Now that you made me speak, if he thought the way I'm thinking now, then I'm reminding Mr. Gucati that it's not 60%, it can be more than 90%.
And do you agree with the part of the post that some of these witnesses were killed? I'll read the whole sentence. In addition, some of these witnesses were killed because they revealed, deliberately or inadvertently, that they worked for these structures in order to destroy KLA without proof or evidence, but with fabricated witnesses as the only way to achieve the aim. You agree that some of these witnesses were killed?
Zoti Prokuror.
Mr. Prosecutor, please specify who, according to you, said this. Are you referring to Husni or to somebody else? Because it's very unclear to me and to the trial chamber. Who said these words?
As I explained at the outset, this is a Facebook post from Husni Gucati's Facebook account in April 2020. But the sentence that I read to you, do you agree with it?
Atër për sharimin e ju.
Now, for your clarification and for the trial chamber, these words were said and cited by Shkezen Gashi. He only forwarded what he said. So these are not his words or my words or the words of any person who loves Kosovo. These are his words, and that's why he was sacked by the Prime Minister. Please.
Talk to.
He was referring to him in this post. This is how I understand it, this is how I see it, and this is how it was. These are his words. And as far as I know and as far as I can read here, I know that this issue was very topical, and I also participated in debates. If Mr. Gashi knows about this thing that you are now referring to, let him go in front of the court and testify so that we don't suffer and this does not come back to us as a boomerang. So I'm saying it again here. It would be very good to invite Mr. Gashi here and to testify about these things that he is saying here. Let us see if he will have the courage to say these things here. And on the other hand, let us punish him if he is committing slander here, if he has invented all this, what he's talking about.
Mr. Haradinaj, the sentence that I read to you, there's no obvious indication that it is a quote of Shkezen Gashi. It appears to be part of the post, doesn't it?
Now, what you want is your business. You asked for my opinion. If you want to express your opinion, you can feel free to do so. But believe me, you are wrong. It's not the way you think. It's the way I'm telling you, because you can find the declaration of Shkezen-Gashi, and I'm sure that if you check through Facebook, you have found that statement and you have it. I'm telling you here again, if these are not Shkezen-Gashi's words, I will openly admit that I am the culprit here, and I will take the punishment. I will take the responsibility on myself. And I will remind you what he said. He said that these were killed only by the Kele because they were probably not killed by Haydardushi or other artistic and cultural organizations that deal with music and dancing. Mr. Prosecutor, this is not his opinion, it's not my opinion. I do not agree with what he said. But we encouraged, and I've written about this as well, and if you've gone through Facebook, you will find it. I've encouraged him with the knowledge that he has, regardless of what others think, let him go to the prosecution and let him denounce these things. It will be in his own benefit. And I again appeal to everybody who has knowledge, let them go and speak. There's no need to be ashamed when it comes to something that is true.
Mr. Haradinaj, do witnesses who testify against the KLA, are they Serbian collaborators?
Mr. Prosecutor, I'm not the one who want to help you as a prosecutor or the SPO. In the case of Milosevic, and with this question, you are deliberately trying to make a fourth precedent. And if this is understood in Kosovo, the way I think it is, you are trying to make a precedent. Why? Why do you think like that?
Please listen to the question.
You are speaking now to the contrary of what you have said. What is the truth? Are you after the crime? And the people who could have been members of the KLA, or you are after just the KLA? If you're only after the KLA, then you don't need to call any individual. There's no microphone.
Mr. Haradinaj. Mr. Haradinaj.
Microphone for the speaker, please. Mr. Prosecutor is trying to make me upset with this provocation, and this is a public trial. No microphone for the speaker.
You have no...
I do have it here.
You're not addressing the question. Now, please listen to the question, answer it in short sentence. Go ahead, Mr. Hollings.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Haradinaj, this question can be answered even with a yes or a no. Do witnesses who testify against the KLA, are they Serbian collaborators?
You're not asking me a yes or no question. You are saying against the KLA. And I'm not calling the entire KLA criminal. If you say against individuals, then it would be a different thing. That's why I'm reacting, because it's very interesting what you're saying here and what you let it be interpreted as. And this is precisely why we criticize you, because your target is the KLA. If you're looking for criminals who could have been both within the KLA and out, then fine. If you want to convict the KLA as a KLA, I will be your enemy for the rest of my life. And not only me, if you ask anybody who is a freedom-loving person, will tell you the same thing. But this does not mean that we defend a crime. If somebody who committed crime was from KLA, of course, why not? They should be punished. So, Your Honor, this is not a question that can be answered with yes or no. If the question is asked as follows, are you against a witness who is against a member who has been KLA, I will answer, but a witness against the KLA as an organization, I will be opposing that question. If the KLA as a name is being condemned as a group, I am against. If it's about an individual that is subject of a process and that individual is also member of the KLA, then I have nothing against it. I want to have the name KLA as a name clean. It's similar as if to say, shall we condemn entire Kosovo as a country or entire Serbia as a country? So this is not a question that I can answer with yes or no.
Go ahead, Mr. Howling.
So, Mr. Haradinaj, if I understood you, individual KLA members could have committed crimes during the Kosovo War. Is that right?
Alleged crimes? Why not process them? We have nothing against it. Why not? The crime has no name, no nationality, no color, no personality, no position, governmental position. For me, a crime is a crime. And this is my standpoint with regard to crime. And a crime should be uncovered and punished.
So it's at least possible in the abstract for KLA to have committed crimes.
I don't deal with abstract things. It's you who are dealing with abstract things. I'm leaving that right to you. It's a right that you have usurped, and you can continue doing that. But personally, I'm not going to speak about abstract things.
It's a simple yes or no question.
Just a second. Mr. Cadman has a comment.
In much the same way as the defence has been asked to stray away from what happened in the conflict, I'm struggling to see how this line of question is relevant to these proceedings.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
Thank you. Mr. Haradinaj, again, just with a yes or a no, is it at least possible in the abstract for KLA to have committed crimes?
I'm not a clairvoyant, and I cannot speak here of abstract things. I don't know to what question you want an answer. To express yourself on abstract things is a waste of time. I'm telling you simply, I am for every crime to be uncovered, be it committed by a member of the KLA, by someone who is outside of the KLA, by whomever. This is a concrete thing. As for abstract things, you can answer them. I will not give you an answer concerning something abstract.
I'll maybe put the question in reverse. If someone said that the KLA could not commit crimes, you would disagree with that, would you not?
Your Honour, my apologies, but is the prosecutor referring to the KLA as some sort of global entity, or is he referring to individual members?
I believe you are referring to individual members, are you
Perhaps
not? And
he
I
could
think you
say
should phrase it
members,
that way.
Your
Thank you,
Honour,
Mr.
bearing in mind the numerous answers that Mr. Haradinaj has already given in terms of individual members, individual responsibility, and whether they should be prosecuted.
I've already ruled on it, Mr. Buckley. You're correct. Thank you.
I'm grateful, Your Honour. I'm just pointing out that this
No
question has
more
been
pointing
answered.
out. That's a speaking objection. We don't need it. Just make your objection. I've ruled on it. Mr. Hollings, you will correct your language.
Yes, and it may be easier just to go to the next video. Could the court officer please pull up P39? This would be 083-985-03. It's public. The timestamp is 10:33 to 11:05. It would be on page 4 of the English transcript. And the extract starts, "So it was not easy to convince the international factor." And it ends with, "Started 4 wars in the Balkans."
Look, it wasn't easy to convince the international community to intervene. These are Albanian speakers who are now trying to justify the Serbian genocide, because even if it wanted to, we wouldn't have been able to commit any crimes. It is quite easy to know who was able to commit crimes. The state apparatus of Milosevic, which created this trouble in Balkans.
Mr. Haradinaj, in this video from 30 June 2020, what did you mean when you said, even if we wanted, we could not commit crimes?
We are fully aware of how capable the KLA was as a force. It is quite well known who had the potential to commit crimes. It is known who before the war in Kosovo, was able to commit crimes in 4 other states. These are issues that have been assessed on by Europe. They have assessed who committed genocide, not to talk about massacres which happened in front of the soldiers from the Netherlands, in front of their eyes. And I've said that within that context. But it is great that this is happening for clarity to be restored. Let me repeat, my opposition is against the fact that this court, why does not this court take citizens of other nationalities and treat them in the same way? It may not be able to do that for the citizens of Serbia, but this is the problem that I've been raising all along. I'm not against justice. I'm not against the prosecution of crime. I do not, however, want to be partial and selective in the approach. It is a very, very simple element that I'm trying to illustrate, and you appear not to be wanting to take on board.
You just said it is quite well known who had the potential to commit crimes. Did the KLA have potential to commit crimes?
First and foremost, the Liberation Army does not do that within its own country. And as far as Serb civilians are concerned, we weren't able to get close, even close. If there was a civilian population that was attacked, that was a population attacked by the Serbian forces who had the potential, the organization, the logistics, and so on and so forth. These were not the first murders that they committed in Kosovo. They did that for 100 years in a row. They had the experience to do that. There hasn't been a single generation of the Yugoslav army which has not killed in Kosovo and against Albanians, and that is what I mean when I talk about the potential. Because if they didn't have that large potential, there would have been no need for the international community to intervene to deprive them of that potential.
Mr. Hollings, I want to remind you to do not use the entire phrase KLA. As Mr. Buckley pointed out, I think that's a little overbroad.
I will adjust. Are you aware, Mr. Haradinaj, of any instance where a member of the KLA was properly and justly convicted of war crimes? Has that ever happened in your view?
Have something, Mr. Cadman?
I'm conscious that Your Honour has already ruled on this, but we maintain our objection to this whole line of questioning for the very reasons that I've set out. As the defence was directed that we were not to go into these matters, the prosecution has to be directed the same, Your Honour.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Mr. Haradinaj, are you aware of any instance where a member of the KLA was properly and justly convicted of war crimes? Has that ever happened in your view?
What?
I'm not objecting. It was just Mr. Haradinaj was gesturing that he couldn't hear.
I did not, Your Honour. I did not hear the consul's intervention, and neither did I hear the question made by the prosecutor.
Thank you. Are you aware of any instance where a member of the KLA was properly and justly convicted of war crimes? Has that ever happened in your view?
I don't know if Your Honour heard what Mr. Haradinaj said, but he said he didn't hear my intervention, and then he didn't hear the question from the prosecutor. So I can just restate the question or the intervention.
You may go ahead and do that.
For the benefit
Briefly.
For the benefit of Mr. Haradinaj, my objection is a standing objection to this entire line of questioning on the basis that the defence had been directed not to discuss matters that relate to the conflict because they don't relate to these proceedings. The prosecution has to be given the same direction in order for this to be fair proceedings.
Now you can ask the question. I've overruled the objection.
Mr. Haradinaj, this was the question. Are you aware of any instance where a member of the KLA was properly and justly convicted of war crimes? Has that ever happened, in your view?
Una flasha de facto.
No, I did say it earlier that in 90% of the cases they came out innocent. So I may be speculating when I mention 90 or 10%, but that assumes that the other bit have been convicted, and that was acceptable. I did not say 100% were innocent, but they might have been convicted and they are serving time.
So if I were to say that in all instances KLA members killed only uniformed soldiers, would you disagree with that?
Objection, Your Honour. That calls for clear speculation. Mr. Haradinaj simply cannot possibly be expected to comment upon what each individual...
Just state the objection. Our rules
apologies, Your Honour.
clearly
I was
say
just
just the
giving my
objection,
reasoning.
not a speech.
It's not a speech, it was a reason, Your Honour. But I take Your Honour's point.
And, Your Honour, would you like me?
The objection's overruled. You can ask the question.
Mr. Haradinaj, so if I were to say that in all instances KLA members killed only uniformed soldiers, would you disagree with that?
I have not observed or checked that issue. I have never had anything to do with civilians. When I was involved in clashes with the Serbs, I did shoot against them every time that I could, wherever, against the Milosevic force in Košara, wherever I could, I shot against them. Because there was only one option: either kill or be killed. I wasn't able to kill as many as I wanted, and they weren't able to kill me even though they injured me. That's what the war is. That's what life on the war front is. I don't know about other things. I'm neither confirming nor denying, because I'm not entitled to give that opinion. When I'm talking about court cases, what I meant to say is that 90%, it could be 60, it could be 70, emerged innocent, 10% were convicted and served their time. Everybody accepted that outcome. No one was against. So it's not up to me to clear someone's name. What I am demanding here is to keep investigating alleged crimes if they were committed. I am always in favor of investigating alleged crimes regardless of the perpetrators.
Thank you. And now that you've said that you can't confirm or deny that proposition, the next question will be asking why you said it. Can the court officer please pull up P49? This is 089-185-12. Now, the extract in question is from 3612 to 3702. That's page 16 on the English transcript. And the extract begins, "The KLA did not do this." And the extract ends, with the words "killed uniformed soldiers"?
Nuk e kam ende transkriptin në Shqip.
I don't have the transcript in Albanian.
Can give the ERN 08918512. So that should be the transcript in your binder, Mr. Haradinaj. If you don't see it, you can see the same information in the middle of the screen.
Lutem, e lexo edhe një herë?
Can you read it one more time, please?
08918512.
That's what they wanted to say. And that's when the world came in. The KLA did not kill women, children. Look, the KLA, these were the members of the army who handed over those who wanted to surrender. Secondly, the KLA did not even have the potential, and it's known we did not have the potential, and that's why I am saying this. There have been moments when one of my friends was killed, and I can't say that I wouldn't do it. I don't know whether I'd be able to do it. However, maybe not. But I did not have a chance because who knows? At a certain point in time, I might have. I'm just speculating. It's just, when you lose your mind, you could do anything. But there haven't been such occasions, thank God. There have been occasions to kill uniformed soldiers only.
Mr. Haradinaj, at the end there, where it says, in all instances we killed uniformed soldiers, are you now going to confirm or deny that proposition?
Këtu kom fol për ata që ka diun për
I'm related to my own experience, and I can repeat it here. I have shot and I know that I have killed soldiers on the front line in Koshari, soldiers in uniform. I admit it in front of you, and I'm saying that I wasn't able to take out as many as I wanted to.
Diçka krejt tjetër.
That's a different situation. And if that is a crime, I admit it, but I did aim against soldiers, and they shot against me. It was a distance of 100 to 100 meters. They killed us, we killed them. And I'm relating here my own personal experience. Yes, I have killed Serbian soldiers and officers. They said they were officers because I didn't know at the time. There is nothing here that refers to civilians. I did not return from Sweden to hand out flowers. I returned to take to the front line where I accepted that I might end up dead. And I'm talking here about the front line. I did not aim against civilians, and I never dealt with that one. My country was liberated, and that's that. I was injured at their hands. I could have died. But no one is seeking accountability. I'm not asking for someone to be kept accountable for my injuries. It was self-defense. They attacked me in my own country. I did not, additionally, I did not go to Serbia or anywhere outside Kosovo. I was in my own country and in uniform.
Haradinaj, in the sentence in that video, in all instances we killed uniformed soldiers, who is we?
ushtria sahib kod që aty.
The army unit that I was a member of, the battalion that was there. I'm not talking about the entirety of the KLA, because I don't know what the KLA did in other fronts, and I don't want it to be otherwise. It is not my wish for the situation to be otherwise. Mr. Prosecutor, I have returned. I handed over 2 soldiers. Wesley Clark was one of those who took custody of them. Why did I do that? Because I understand how precious a human's life is. I have been in jail myself, and that is publicly documented.
You said also that it was not in the KLA's character to do that. Was that in reference only to your unit also?
Në mas pare kom për karakter.
First and foremost, it's a general comment on all human beings, and I can say that no one appreciates when somebody is omnipotent and goes against the most vulnerable. You have to be out of your mind. If you see the gesture that I made, I was referencing somebody who goes out of his mind, which I haven't been. So who would be in that situation? I do not want to know. I don't want to be friends. I don't want to spend time with them, whoever they are, even if they are Albanians, because they are evil, because I know what it means to be tied to a radiator with 3 adults beating you up. I will never do it. That's why I handed them over. I would have handed over 300 of them if I'd been able to, even keeping full accountability. If you twist that argument, you'd think now that they might be killing me for handing over Serbs. But that is the reality of the situation. So that KLA then would have killed me if that were the case, but nobody ever attracted my attention to it. Nobody ticked me off. Why not hand over the soldiers? Why go against the civilians when they had absolutely nothing against us? Because those civilians who joined the Serbian forces are the ones who we weren't even able to observe.
Can the KSC legitimately prosecute a member of the KLA?
No microphone there.
Nëse ka bo krim edhe vërtet.
If they have committed crimes, why not? They deserve the punishment. Why not? The issue is with being selective. Why is this minor issue not being treated in a more general way? That is our opposition and disagreement with your office, Mr. Prosecutor.
Këtu është ajo që ne na bën të dukem.
That is what gives the impression of us being hostile to each other. If that is your intention, that you want to pursue the path of Milosevic, I will be your opponent now and forever. If you have no shame to allow this kind of impression to be created, carry on. I will be your opponent forever.
Mr. Haradinaj.
Just a second. Mr. Cadman.
Your Honour, I've tried to restrain myself from objecting further. Perhaps we could just remind ourselves of, I think it's paragraph 73 of the Order of the Conduct of Proceedings, where it very clearly states, the cross-examining party will use its best efforts to avoid unnecessary, irrelevant and repetitive questioning of the opposing party's witnesses. We maintain our objection that these matters are not relevant. They are repeated and, in our view, unnecessary.
Thank you. Your objection's overruled. Continue.
Mr. Haradinaj, isn't it correct that you wanted the documents delivered to your office to be publicly known so that the KSC would think twice before confirming indictments against former KLA members?
Yo.
No. We did not have this interpretation. Our first objective was to ascertain on whether those documents were or were not from there, because we don't know it to this day. No, it wasn't. Our goal was that we would be transparent on the materials that we received. I would have felt guiltier had I kept these documents concealed, Mr. Prosecutor. And I want to be coherent in the thinking and with relevance to the time when they arrived. We wouldn't have been able to summon the media more speedily than the way we did it. And believe me, Your Honor, if this had not been in the public interest, the journalists wouldn't have arrived. They wouldn't have arrived for our sake. They came because they were completely unaware of what to expect, and it was largely because we were targeted all the time. We did not know, and we still do not know to this day. All of this is based on a system of assumptions on your part and my part too. Are they yours or are they not?
Video that we'd like to play. In the interest of time, and given that this video had two separate extracts, I would ask that it just be read into the record off the transcript rather than broadcasting this particular one. It would be P7 081-35503. It's timestamp 1940 to 2004, and then 2222 to 2231. It would be pages 11 and 12 in the English transcript.
I was just going to ask for Mr. Halling to confirm how long it's likely to take, as we are very close to the end of the day.
My intention is to read the extract and ask a single question about it.
No objection.
Mr. Haradinaj, I want to read to you part of an interview that you gave on 18 September 2020. It's an interview in which you appeared with Mr. Tomigashi. It begins with the anchor saying, "In this case, should all indictments filed by the specialist chambers be dismissed? Mr. Gashi, now the specialist chambers needs to think again. Now it is in the hands of the pretrial judge, and I believe that after this scandal of the specialist chambers, not of the KLA-OVL, individuals or Albanians," and then the anchor, "this is known, Mr. Gashi, they have to think once again whether to confirm those indictments or not." And then later, you say, "Because since the court has degenerated, one cannot expect it to resort to degenerated means to file an indictment. Our lawyer said it well. I believe it should think twice now." Mr. Haradinaj, Mr. Gashi said that the KSC should think twice about confirming the indictments after this scandal. You agreed with that, did you not?
That is his opinion. It is his freedom to express his opinions, and there is nothing I have to comment on. What he says, it's his problem. He should know whether that is based on facts or not. He's a lawyer.
Your opinion.
Chile.
Which one?
When you said, "I believe it should think twice now," did you agree with what Mr. Gashi said about how the KSC should think once again whether to confirm the indictments.
Jo, justamente mi.
No, that is not my opinion. This is Tom Gush's opinion.
That I believe it should think twice now. That's not your opinion?
Cool.
Where? I can't. Where did I say that?
2222 to 2231. It might be on the next page. So,
You see, even if I said that, I just echoed the opinion of an expert. I cited the opinion of an expert, given that I defer to him from a judicial point of view, because he has worked as a defense lawyer, as a prosecutor, and as a judge too.
Your Honor, we can leave it at that.
All right, thank you. We will reconvene tomorrow at 9:30. Mr. Cadman, please keep us up to date on Mr. Reed. Please stress to him that we need him on the 24th and the 28th, and hope to hear from you yet tonight. If so, we can issue an order tomorrow and get this all settled. Thank you, everybody, for being here today. Thank you for the translators and for the audiovisual people and court reporter. We are adjourned.
All rise.